The committee will come to order. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the first Ways and Means hearing with President Trump back in the White House. The committee has been preparing itself for this moment for 2 years, and we are immediately getting to work to advance the agenda of the American people. This Member Day hearing is a continuation of a member-driven process to get the right policies to the President's desk. Last Congress, our Member Day had the most participation of any committee. 50% of the policies discussed at our last Member Day hearing went beyond this committee. Policies like foster care reforms, border protection, and expanding educational choice for parents were all advanced after Member Day. Today's hearing will have even more members testify than last year. We also invited off-committee members to participate in all 14 hearings we held outside of Washington in the 118th Congress, including those on the state of the American economy. We are holding our Member Day hearing earlier than last Congress because speed is of the essence to deliver much-needed relief to working families and to give small businesses the certainty that their taxes will not be going up. To deliver on President Trump's economic agenda, this committee needs to hear from the representatives from every corner of this great country. During the first Trump administration, tax cuts ignited the largest economic boom of my lifetime, particularly for the middle-class families. Taxpayers making less than $100,000 got a 16% tax cut, while the top 1% paid a larger share of income taxes. We doubled the child tax credit and the guarantee deduction. Families in the bottom 10% saw their incomes rise faster than wealthy families in the top 10%. Unemployment and poverty both fell to the lowest levels ever recorded. The economic boom of the first Trump presidency, fueled by pro-growth policies, grew federal revenues $1.6 trillion beyond what was even projected. The bottom line, workers had more money in their pockets, and businesses had more freedom and capital to grow and invest in their operation and employees. The stakes are high if Congress does not act quickly to extend tax relief. Capital will remain on the sidelines as businesses fear a 43% federal tax rate. Good-paying jobs will be lost, while we risk further weakening our competitive edge against communist China. 40 million parents will have their child tax credit slashed in half. 2 million family farms will see the death tax exemption slashed in half. 91% of all taxpayers will see their guaranteed deduction slashed in half. 26 million small businesses will be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate, more than 20 points higher than what businesses pay in communist China. People across the country know that we need to act and act fast. Last week at the first policy hearing across the 119th Congress, an accountant testified before this committee that, quote, "My phone is ringing off the hook," close quotes, with calls from farmers and small businesses worried about the future of their businesses. These folks are the builders behind the economic boom the 2017 tax cuts ignited, and they are making decisions today, not months from now, but today, as to whether to open new facilities, hire new employees, and invest in their communities. Families and small businesses, they need the certainty provided by permanent tax relief. At the same time, there is more we can do and must do to further unleash America's economic potential. Whether it is greater incentives for investments in American manufacturing and jobs here at home, greater support for folks looking to start a family or grow a family, new tax relief to secure critical supply chains and combat China's harmful influence over our economy and national security. Every single American will be affected by the policies that this committee will consider in the days, weeks, and months ahead. So it is critical we hear from their representatives about their priorities. To the people watching at home, know that your representatives in Congress are not shy about fighting for you. I know, and I speak for members of this committee when I say that I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their ideas to deliver timely economic relief to the American people this year. I will now turn to Ranking Member Mr. Neal for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thanks, Chairman. I want to thank the members of the committee who are participating this morning in this important and time-honored tradition called Member Day. We perhaps remember things a bit differently on this side of the aisle, including $8 trillion of debt that was added during the first Trump administration, military spending that now, with the help of some of us, myself included, has gone to $850 billion, pandemic relief money, which is now coming to an end, but a rebounding economy that the Financial Times and The Economist have said is the envy of the world. 16 million jobs were created during the last 4 years. Unemployment, 4.1%. Not 1 month during those 4 years did unemployment go up. A staggering achievement. So sensible tax policy is what we want to adhere to here. But in understanding, it's hard for us to imagine that individual members of Congress can argue for more tax cuts and then simultaneously complain about the size of the national debt, or at least to include it in the course of the conversation. So we have some big dates coming up, not the least of which is a government shutdown that seems more and more likely could occur in mid-March, accompanied by another very important consideration, the responsibility of the majority party now to raise the national debt ceiling. Understanding that when you have control of the White House, the Senate, and the House, that it is the responsibility of the majority party in those instances to raise the debt ceiling. After all members of Congress voted in some measure to add to the national debt. So we're pleased that 44 of our colleagues today are going to make and offer their recommendations from both sides of the aisle as it relates to tax policy to improve the lives of the American people. Members come from all parts of America, and this is an opportunity to hear diverse viewpoints on a range of priorities. One of the reminders on an occasion like this, that in the Ways and Means Committee, we get to debate some great issues for sure, but we're also obligated to find solutions to the many challenges that face the American family. So that's why we're all here today. We hope that the people's work will come first and indeed strengthen our nation's future. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome our first panel of the day. Thank you for taking the time away from your busy schedules to testify before our committee. You each will have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Barrett, is a veteran of the Vietnam War, where he earned a Bronze Star and 2 Purple Hearts for his service to his country, and he continues his service as a dedicated advocate for his constituents. Mr. Barrett.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal, and distinguished members of the House Ways and Means Committee. I appreciate the invitation to speak with you today. The American people are eager for Republicans to right the wrongs of the past 4 years, and I commend you on organizing this important hearing so quickly. Like many of you, I've spent countless hours traveling across my district and listening to constituents in Indiana about what issues matter most to them. Way too often, Hoosiers say their pocketbooks are being stretched thinner and thinner every day. On top of this, farmers and industries are facing uncertainty regarding the future of the Trump tax cuts that are set to expire at the end of the year. I'm here today not only as your colleague, but as a concerned American. Many of you probably don't know this, but before being elected to Congress, I served on the Indiana General Assembly's House Ways and Means Committee, where we had a balanced budget biannually. During this time, Indiana successfully repealed the inheritance tax with a Republican majority in 2013. It is my hope that in this Congress, we can work together to achieve similar accomplishments. The inheritance tax can have devastating impacts on our farmers and ranchers. Some have been forced to sell land they had in the family for generations, just to keep their head afloat during the unexpected life event. This is especially concerning as family farms, which have been a pillar of the ag sector, have been declining in the United States since 2007. Right now, the average cost per acre in the U.S. is $4,080 an acre. And in our area in Indiana, some of it has gone as high as $19,000 and $20,000 an acre. The federal estate tax requires individuals who inherit over $13.6 million in assets pay a 40% tax on anything over that cap. That means an individual on average who has more than 3,336 acres pays a 40% tax on any other assets. This does not include equipment, equity, retirement funds, which can be much higher in value. Further adding to this devastating tax burden, I also want to share my concern about the unrealized gains, bonus depreciation, investment tax credit, 45Z tax credit, the SALT cap elimination or increase, and everyone's favorite topic, the corporate tax rate. I like the inheritance tax. Taxes or unrealized gains cripple family farms and deeply harm rural communities by forcing them to sell land and assets. We need to be investing in our farmers, not burdening them with additional taxes on speculative income. Next, I would recommend that the committee extend the current provisions in President Trump's Tax Cut and Jobs Act that prioritizes American businesses and keeps the corporate rate at 21%. As President Trump has mentioned, businesses have been incentivized to move offshore by excessively high tax rates in the United States prior to the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Congress needs to let the free market take control. A lower tax rate incentivizes more capital investment that can result in hiring more workers, raising workers' wages, and increasing productivity instead of driving jobs overseas. Finally, as you already know, 2 weeks ago, the U.S. Department of Treasury released a guidance on the 45Z tax credit. I believe that as a Republican majority, we should focus our attention to the domestic feedstocks and biofuels, and the eligibility should only apply to our domestic producers. This will help us deliver our promise to producers, and this will help us lower the taxes and lower the costs for Americans and restore our energy and dominance. Again, I thank the committee for taking the time to hear my comments, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I look forward to working with you and the committee and the Trump administration. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. We have, I now recognize Representative Andrew Clyde, the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Clyde is a veteran of the United States Navy, a small business owner, and a dedicated champion for the people of Georgia's 9th Congressional District. At Ways and Means, we know Mr. Clyde as the man that beat the IRS. So it's good to have you with us, Mr. Clyde.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor to address the first committee of the United States Congress. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, signed into law by President Trump in 2017, fueled historic economic growth, raised wages, boosted real median household income, and surpassed GDP expectations. However, many of its pro-growth policies will expire in 2025, risking a significant tax increase for hardworking American families and small businesses across the country. We must deliver on our promises to the American people by extending these tax cuts. But before I talk about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I would like to highlight concerns about the taxation of a fundamental constitutional right, the right to keep and bear arms. The Bill of Rights was intended to enumerate rights to which the government cannot infringe. Unquestionably, infringement exists when the government taxes those rights in order to limit the people's ability to exercise them. Currently, there is an excise tax or transfer tax imposed on every firearm under the purview of the National Firearms Act of 1934. The only exclusions are purchases by the Department of Defense, Federal Reserve, or state and local law enforcement. So it is primarily the citizens who are taxed. This tax infringes on American Second Amendment liberties by creating a massive financial barrier to every purchase and risks placing this constitutional right out of reach of many law-abiding, hardworking Americans. It also sets a dangerous precedent for using taxation to limit access to other rights. In 1819, Chief Justice John Marshall stated, "The power to tax includes the power to destroy." And he was totally correct. The Heller decision of 2008 declared that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to keep and bear arms, and that the right existed prior to the formation of the new government under the Constitution. Therefore, it was a natural right, an unalienable right. And if you can legally tax an unalienable right, natural right, even just a little bit, then you can legally tax it a lot and eventually tax it out of existence and destroy it for the everyday citizen, just as Chief Justice John Marshall stated in 1819. Therefore, I strongly advocate for eliminating the federal excise tax and transfer tax on these National Firearms Act firearms. I also want to caution Congress about the deficit impacts of any reconciliation package. Under President Biden, the national debt soared to over $36 trillion, more than $100,000 per person, $250,000 per average household. Every dollar of deficit spending is a tax on our country's future. Deficit spending equals inflation. I am committed to working with this committee and House Republican leadership to deliver on the promise of cutting $2.5 trillion in spending, ensuring fiscal responsibility in a bill that reduces tax revenues in the short term. As a small business owner myself, I have seen firsthand the positive impacts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, what it has had in boosting small businesses across the country. One provision in particular set to expire is the Section 199 Alpha, 20% pass-through business deduction of qualified business income. If this deduction expires, 9 out of 10 small businesses could face significant tax hikes, with effective tax rates rising up to 43.4%. I urge Congress to make the 199A pass-through deduction permanent in this year's budget reconciliation process to provide certainty, boost small business investment, and ensure that Main Street small businesses survive. Another key pro-growth policy is the 100% accelerated depreciation for short-lived assets and R&D, also known as full expensing, which is set to fully expire by 2026. Full expensing allows businesses to immediately deduct capital equipment and R&D costs, reducing capital expenses, boosting productivity, driving innovation, and attracting investment. Like the 199A deduction, I advocate for making full expensing permanent to provide businesses the certainty needed for long-term investment. These two pro-growth policies, along with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions, help drive a strong economy during President Trump's first term. I look forward to working with the new Trump administration, this committee, and my colleagues to deliver an affordable economy for all Americans. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. I now recognize Representative Warren Davidson, the gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Davidson serves on the Financial Services and Foreign Affairs Committee and is a dedicated advocate for the people of the Ohio's 8th District.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the members of the committee for this Member Day, and to Ranking Member Neal. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss priorities for the upcoming budget reconciliation package. And before entering public service, I spent 15 years owning and operating manufacturing businesses in Southwest Ohio. I understand firsthand the challenges that businesses face in our global economy, challenges that include excessively high taxes, excessively complicated regulatory burdens, and a tax policy that actually discourages investment in America, particularly in manufacturing. Manufacturing is the backbone of our economy, and as we work towards restoring America's competitiveness, we must create a tax framework and a trade policy that empowers American businesses to thrive. Firstly, I believe that the committee should work to make full and immediate expensing permanent, as it was when it passed the House in 2017. These expenses should include expenses on research and development, investment in technology and equipment, and it should incentivize companies to invest more, which in the long run not just generates more tax revenue and more revenue for our economy, but it raises worker productivity, boosts their wages, and creates more jobs. To further increase these investments in productivity growth, Congress should ensure that 100% of the interest paid by companies is also fully deductible as a business expense. It would lower the cost of access to capital and make it easier for businesses to invest in themselves where they can deploy their cash flow growing their businesses rather than servicing debt. I also support maintaining the carried interest provision. This is a controversial treatment, but it has been vital to ensure investment from venture capital, private equity, angel investors, and also real estate investors. It drives job growth and creation and investment in our economy. I urge the committee to consider provision you might not be familiar with. It's the People Care Act. This legislation would establish a person-centered assistance reform effort so that our social service workers could look at a comprehensive view of the person, not just administer programs. We have more than 90 programs that spend over $1 trillion a year, and if nothing else, this bipartisan commission, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, they get time to work together. They could hopefully end benefit cliffs. They could have one simple income and asset test and maybe a coherent work requirement that the American people support. Our current welfare system has good intentions, but over time it's created all kinds of things that have been ineffective, and hopefully this very politically polarizing approach that we normally do could be kind of, disarmed and create a way for this commission to do their work, and at the end we would simply vote yes or no on their suggestions. It will generate savings and a better performing social safety net. However, I think it's important as the committee deals with the child tax credit that it shouldn't be part of this reconciliation package. It's a bipartisan approach, and using the tax system as a means of redistribution hasn't worked well. It is part of the challenge that we had as Republicans working together to pass the bill last year, and I hope we do that in a bipartisan way outside of reconciliation. As the committee reevaluates the tax code, it should also remove provisions that have had a very harmful effect on financial technology. In the infrastructure bill, the Biden administration put cryptocurrency taxes in there that clearly don't even understand how the technology works. The 1050I provision is particularly troubling, where you have to collect all kinds of personally identifiable information, file reports for transactions if you operate a node. It's so dysfunctional that the Biden Treasury Department had to issue a statement saying the plain language of the bill doesn't mean what the plain language of the bill says, and so I hope you guys correct it. Lastly, but certainly not least, I strongly recommend transitioning from the use of taxpayer identification numbers to Social Security numbers, particularly for any kind of tax credit. So this would work hand in hand with the president's policy to eliminate birthright citizenship and rightly apply the 14th Amendment. This change will enhance the integrity of our tax system and ensure that benefits are received for citizens and address longstanding concerns about unauthorized use of taxpayer resources. Social Security numbers should be uniquely tied to individual American citizens, and this transition will strengthen our tax system's integrity by boosting compliance and curbing fraud, in addition to providing more revenue for the Treasury. In conclusion, these priorities and additions are designed to bolster our economy, encourage innovation, ensure fairness in our tax system, and I urge the committee to consider these points and the many others as you move forward towards reconciliation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before your committee. I appreciate your work, and I look forward to the great outcome that you guys are working towards. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. I now recognize Representative Emanuel Cleaver, the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, former mayor of Kansas City, and the congressman for the best football team in the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs. Go ahead, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Neal. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm pleased to be testifying before a committee headed by my friend and fellow Missourian, Chairman Smith. I have great appreciation for him. And for those who don't know, Chairman Smith does bleed red and wears red as a commitment to the Super Bowl champs twice now. I know that has nothing to do with this committee, but you need to know, especially my friend Dwight Evans from where the Eagles no longer fly. I'm sorry. Whether a rural area of the state or a suburban or urban area, our delegations found ways to work toward common interests over the years. Americans generally share many of the same dreams and desires regardless of where they are from. I also proudly serve as the ranking member of the Financial Services, Housing, and Insurance Subcommittee. I doubt that anyone will disagree that access to affordable housing, that housing that costs a family no more than 30% of household income, is central to a good quality of life for an American family. Our committees share jurisdiction in expanding access to affordable housing and helping Americans become homeowners. The United States is not building enough housing to meet demand, and high housing prices have pushed millions of Americans away from home ownership, increased cost burdens on households, and limited the ability of employers to attract workers, especially in rural areas. Before redistricting, I served many rural areas in our state, and there were and still are communities in the state of Missouri and probably all around the country where a new house is not built in more than 2 decades. Home ownership is important because it is the primary way that Americans accumulate wealth and achieve financial stability. We all want the next generation to have the ability to achieve the American dream by owning a home. And whether a homeowner or renter, the monthly housing payment is the single largest expense for most American families. Families who cannot afford housing, food, health care, or other family necessities are increasingly ending up in homelessness. According to HUD, the United States saw an 18.1 increase in homelessness last year. More than 770,000 people were experiencing homelessness on a single given night in the United States of America last year. Many are without a place to lay their heads for the first time. Housing supply is influenced by inflation, zoning rules and regulations, labor challenges, material costs, and credit availability, among other factors. Importantly, housing is the single largest category, over a third of the Consumer Price Index, used to track inflation, and addressing inflation means addressing housing. By addressing only one factor will not be sufficient. Lowering the cost requires the nation to overcome multiple factors across multiple committees to build millions of more housing. Last year, Congress, myself, serving as chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and other members of our committee on both sides of the aisle came together to advance Yes in My Backyard Act. This bill that requires localities to examine how unnecessary regulations are increasing housing costs. Addressing local regulations also has the added benefit of saving the federal government and taxpayers money. Many of the largest sources for assistance for developing affordable housing are under this committee's jurisdiction, such as the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, which is the most effective affordable rental housing program in history. We have many projects in Kansas City, Missouri, such as one called Parade Park Homes, which have attracted significant private capital and federal investment and needed limited tax credits to move forward. I urge this committee to continue its leadership in examining bipartisan legislation such as former member Ray LaHood's Affordable Housing Act and Kelly's Neighborhood Home Investment Act. There are great existing ideas on how we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. I now recognize Representative Tom Barrett, the gentleman from Michigan. Mr. Barrett is a veteran of the United States Army and was a member of the Michigan legislature prior to joining us in Congress. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Neal, thank you so much for your attention today and for having me before your committee to discuss these important issues that you have before you. I want to take a moment to address the urgent issue that directly impacts the hardworking families and constituents and small businesses in Michigan's 7th Congressional District, the district that sent me here to be their voice. The tax cuts and tax reforms that were passed under the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are essential for us to continue so that our economy can grow and prosper. The tax reforms which brought relief to millions of Americans are, of course, set to expire at the end of this year. If Congress does not act, nearly every household and small business in our communities will face a significant tax hike. Let's put this into perspective. Michigan's 7th District is home to nearly 500,000 taxpayers. If these tax cuts expire, the typical person will see their taxes increase by 23%. For a family of 4 earning the median household income in my district, that would equate to over $1,600 in taxes every single year, or about 10 weeks' worth of groceries, a staggering burden, especially given the lost wages due to inflation that families have suffered. But the impact doesn't stop there. More than 80,000 families in my district will see their child tax credit cut in half, a vital support for parents trying to provide for their children. 92% of taxpayers will lose half of their guaranteed deduction, significantly reducing the amount of income shielded from taxation. Our small business owners, the backbone of our local economies, will face an even greater challenge. For example, 44,000 small businesses are in my district and will see their taxes raised to 43% if the small business deduction expires. And our farming families who work tirelessly to feed us and preserve our agricultural heritage will see the death tax exemption slashed in half, making it a tremendous financial burden for the more than 4,000 family-owned farms in my district to pass their operations on to the next generation. These numbers aren't just statistics, they are stories of struggle and sacrifice. Every single dollar that our federal treasury takes in is taken from the productivity of the men and women of our districts that sent us here. These stories represent deciding between paying their bills or putting money aside for the future. And while the major global corporations with their Gucci loafered lobbyists get billions in handouts, small business owners are left weighing whether they can afford their next month's payroll. And farmers are grappling with the uncertainty of passing on their legacy to their children and grandchildren. Let me be clear, this shouldn't be a partisan issue. The tax increase iceberg is right in front of us, but with your help, this committee can take swift action to steer the ship in the right direction. This is about protecting the livelihoods of the people we serve who sent us here. Allowing these reforms to expire would roll back years of progress and place an entirely preventable burden on our communities. But there's more that we can do to lift up families in mid-Michigan. I believe it's time we take the child tax credit one step further by extending it to expecting mothers and families. Families preparing to welcome a baby already face financial challenges from medical expenses, maternal care, the cost of setting up a home, buying a crib. By extending the child tax credit to mothers of unborn children, we can provide critical relief at a time when families need it most and affirm our commitment to supporting life-affirming and pro-family policies. As my district's voice here in the People's House, I'm committed to fighting to not only extend these tax cuts, but expand them where it makes sense, because I believe fighting to ensure families can keep more of what they earn, that small businesses maintain their competitive edge, and that the American dream is kept alive for future generations. Mr. Chairman, the people of my district sent me here to deliver a message. We will not stand for tax hikes that hurt our families, our small businesses, our farmers, and our families. It's time for Congress to act. I'm excited to be here with you today, and I'm excited to get to work on this. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I now recognize Representative Andy Barr, the gentleman from Kentucky. He's a dedicated advocate for small businesses and a strong leader on the Financial Services Committee. Welcome back to Member Day.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal and all members of the Ways and Means Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to advocate for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And I come from the land of horses and bourbon, and so let me start with those two topics and then move to opportunity zones and capital gains taxes. As you all know, I represent the horse capital of the world. We are home in my district, the 6th District of Kentucky, to 400 of the world's greatest horse breeding operations. And we need bonus depreciation restored, not only for trainers and owners, but breeders, farms, and smaller businesses in the equine industry, many of whom would not be able to participate if it wasn't for full 100% bonus depreciation. I urge this committee to incorporate into extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act my bill, the Racehorse Cost Recovery Act, which would make permanent the modification of accelerated depreciation allowance for racehorses to allow a 3-year recovery period for any racehorse. This will supercharge the sale of our racing stock, our breeding stock, and it matches the useful life of a racehorse. The default is 7 years in permanent law. This does not match the useful life for investment in racehorses. It needs to be 3 years so that they have the option of bonus or the 3-year depreciation schedule. And then finally, the Racehorse Tax Parity Act. Believe it or not, The holding period for long-term capital gains for an equity is, of course, as you know, 12 months, but not for racehorses. This asset class is discriminated against in the code. You have to hold a racehorse for 24 months in order to get the long-term capital gains treatment. End the discrimination against this asset class, end the discrimination against racehorses, and adopt the Racehorse Tax Parity Act, which would level the playing field with this asset class and make it a 12-month holding period in order to get capital gain treatment instead of that ordinary income treatment. Let me talk about let me talk about bourbon first. So, Duty Drawback Clarification Act. This bill would clarify that all whiskey products are commercially interchangeable and eligible for the drawback program by creating a single 8-digit harmonized tariff schedule for code for whiskeys. Under the current HTS, spirits categories such as whiskeys have several HTS numbers at the 8-digit level. For example, Scotch whiskey and bourbon each have their own codes at the 8-digit level, meaning that these products are not commercially interchangeable for purposes of a drawback claim. Duty drawback was created as an export incentive, so why would we not allow America's signature spirit to compete on a level playing field? If tariffs come back, especially the EU snapback tariffs, 50% tariffs on our whiskey exports, we need the duty drawback to level the playing field for American whiskey exports. The EU trade tariffs are something of great concern for Kentucky bourbon makers, and we've got to secure the permanent return for zero tariffs on spirits with the EU before the scheduled reintroduction of the retaliatory tariffs on American whiskeys, March 31st, 2025. I've talked to incoming Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick about this. This is a big deal, a multi-billion-dollar industry, and I look forward to working with you all on that issue. The rum cover-over. The rum cover-over has expired in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Rum distilleries work in tandem with many of our U.S.-based spirits companies, including distilleries in central Kentucky. The territories and the companies rely on the cover-over to meet their fiscal obligations, making the cover-over part of the tax package looking back to 2021. And forward would be the responsible course of action. Extending the cover-over would be beneficial not only to the territories, but also to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Real quick on opportunity zones. You know, tax-paying banks always want to level the playing field with credit unions. I urge this committee to look, especially Chairman Kelly, who's been a real leader on opportunity zones enhancement. There's been modest progress in helping those distressed areas of our country, but we can supercharge opportunity zones by giving tax incentives to tax-paying banks to encourage more lending and private capital deployment to individuals and small businesses in low and moderate income communities. And my bill would do that. I'm going to reintroduce that bill, which would provide those incentives and decrease taxes on banks that deploy loans into those opportunity zones. Finally, I want to mention the capital gains tax. You know, the interesting thing about the capital gains tax right now is that the long-term capital gains tax, the 20%, is not matched with the actual brackets right now. We could extend middle-class tax cuts, capital gains tax relief, if we tied the 0% rate to the lower three brackets, a 10% rate to the rate would get that 20% rate on capital gains. Right now, those income thresholds don't match in terms of the tax brackets for income versus those triggers for capital gains tax, the 0, the 15, and the 20. Only the top tier should pay the 20. The next levels should pay the 15, but middle-class savers, we have a personal savings crisis in this country. They should get a 0 capital gains tax for the first three brackets. So anyone individual making less than 100 or a couple making a couple $100,000, we need to incentivize and make it easier for those middle-class families to save, supercharging capital formation as well. Tie that 15% rate, that 0% rate to the actual brackets. It's tax simplicity, and it's also encouraging middle-class savings. With that, thanks for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the members for their testimony today. You're all dismissed from the panel, and I would love for the clerk to set up the second panel.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
While we're doing that, could I be recognized to submit an article to the record from the National Shooting Sports Federation, who are lauding the fact that we have this voluntary I guess it's called voluntary because it came about voluntarily, excise tax on firearms and ammunition, and that all that money goes back into all of our districts in regard to habitat enhancement and expansion?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome our second panel of the day. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to testify before the Ways and Means Committee. You each will have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. I now recognize Representative Brad Finstadt, the gentleman from Minnesota. This is not his first time joining the Ways and Means Committee. He attended our trade hearing in Minnesota last Congress, so welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the risk of not offending anybody on this panel, it's nice to see Larry, Curley, and Mo sitting in the front row here. But I appreciate your leadership, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this important Member Day hearing, and thank you, Ranking Member Neal. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the families and farmers and small businesses across 21 counties I represent in southern Minnesota. As a proud fourth-generation corn and soybean farmer, raising the fifth generation, I know firsthand the importance of tax policies that allow farmers to fuel and feed the world, while ensuring that they have the opportunity to pass their operations on down to the next generation. Moreover, the size of the U.S. biodiesel industry, sorry about that. Minnesota, I'm going to talk about Minnesota biofuels very quickly, Mr. Chairman. Minnesota is currently the fifth largest ethanol producer in the United States, with a capacity of over 1.3 billion gallons annually from 18 ethanol plants. Moreover, the size of the U.S. biodiesel industry in Minnesota has doubled since 2022, built on major investments. And we have some counties that are leading counties in the country in soybean production. Minnesota was the first state to require the use of biodiesel and is home to 3 biodiesel plants with a combined production capacity of 85.5 million gallons per year. As you know, there's been a lot of conversations around tax credits ahead of reconciliation. One tax credit I want to focus on today is 45Z, or the Clean Fuel Production Tax Credit. America First needs American biofuels. American farmers and rural communities will be essential to the unleashing of America's energy dominance. Homegrown American ethanol and biodiesel hold down gas prices, strengthen our domestic energy production, bring jobs and prosperities to rural America, and deliver cleaner air. Minnesota farmers and biofuel producers are optimistic that sustainable aviation fuel could be another promising market, helping to create a consistent demand and return value and revenue streams to rural communities. 45Z is essential to achieving these goals. I ask you to preserve 45Z, but I also believe it should be extended to give an adequate foundation for lasting, long-term investments. Biofuel producers and farmers cannot make sound business decisions when confronted with regulatory and fiscal uncertainty, both of which have been consistent in 45Z up to this point through delays in the final guidance and a limited 3-year window of eligibility. Now, just last week, we saw a rule come out of Treasury that lays out the guidelines of 45Z. This long overdue guidance is far from complete, and it still lacks the critical details that are needed to help ensure the American biofuel producers and their farm partners can lead the world in clean fuel production. That is where we here in Congress, and specifically this great committee, can step in and work with President Trump to provide farmers with a new pathway to drive the farm economy, one that is all-encompassing and correctly accounts for the many ways biofuel producers and farmers innovate on the farm and at the plant according to real science, not political science. A strong rural economy depends on strong American biofuels industry and vice versa. This credit can offer a path forward for all of our agriculture stakeholders, and I look forward to working with you here on this committee and the Trump administration to assure biofuel producers play a central role in successful efforts to revitalize rural America. As we act to implement our important work in the 119th Congress, I look forward to working with the Committee on Ways and Means to write and pass strong, conservative tax policies that will benefit families, farmers, and small businesses across southern Minnesota and all of America. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Rosa DeLauro, the gentlewoman from Connecticut and the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee.
Good morning. I want to say a thank you to you, Chairman Smith, and to Ranking Member Neal for hosting this hearing today as we prepare for one of the most important tasks ahead of this Congress, negotiating a tax bill that responds to the cost of living crisis in this country. But first, if I may, I want to pay tribute to a dear friend, Bill Harris, who recently passed away and fought for decades for the expanded child tax credit. He recognized and he understood its ability to address the economic security of middle-class families, working families, and vulnerable families. Today, families live paycheck to paycheck in the United States. Their wages have not kept up with costs. The economy is not working for them, and it is children who suffer the most, whose futures are dimmed by the policies that we choose in the present. While families struggle, corporations are richer than ever. Their price gouging has driven prices even higher. Dish Network, FedEx, Salesforce, T-Mobile, these corporations and dozens of others paid no federal income tax from 2018 to 2020 under the Trump tax law. 95 companies in the Fortune 500 and the S&P 500 paid less than 10% tax rate, up from 58 in the pre-Tax Cuts and Jobs Act era. Yet, the 2024 tax rate for a married couple making just over $23,000 is 12%. How do we address this deeply unjust system? The answer is to pass My American Family Act, which would restore the largest middle-class tax cut in a generation, and which is the antidote to inflation and to child poverty, the expanded monthly child tax credit. When we passed the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, it reached nearly 36 million households, 61 million children. It gave real money back to millions of working families in the form of monthly checks, cut child hunger by a fourth, and brought child poverty to the lowest recorded levels in history. And the expanded monthly child tax credit returns $10 for every dollar spent. How? Because the child tax credit helps children learn more, earn more, and grow up healthier. It improves educational attainment, lowers health care costs, reduces encounters with the justice system, and boosts lifetime earnings. Making the expanded child tax credit permanent through my legislation, the American Family Act, is how we make a lasting positive impact on all of these issues all at once. Indexing the child tax credit is an essential aspect of the bill, which will make sure that the value of the credit is not diminished over time. I am pleased to see that recent Republican proposals agree this is a good idea, in addition to increasing the value of the credit beyond $2,000. Too many programs lose effectiveness because they do not keep up with natural inflation over time. Indexing the credit creates stability and predictability for American families. The American Family Act would be one of the largest investments in American families and children ever. It would change the game and level the playing field for millions of Americans, massively reduce poverty, and provide tax relief for middle-class and working-class families. The time to act is now. When we discuss the tax priorities for this Congress, we must ask ourselves, are we on the side of American families and children, or that of the wealthiest corporations and unchecked billionaires? Over the past few months, members of this committee will hear from corporate lobbyist after corporate lobbyist, begging you to make their tax breaks permanent. They will claim that unless you do, they will have to lay people off, close stores, or move overseas. I will simply urge you to ask them a few questions. Ask them why, when groceries and other costs like childcare skyrocketed, families bore the brunt of inflation and high interest rates, but corporate profits skyrocketed to a record $3 trillion in 2023. Ask them why, according to the International Monetary Fund study of S&P 500 firms, only about 1/5 of their free cash from the Trump corporate tax cut was used for capital and R&D spending, while the rest was used primarily for stock buybacks and dividends. And ask them why, with stock buybacks projected to top $1 trillion this year for the first time ever, we should leave more children behind in order to further pad their balance sheets. This committee has a choice ahead. At the same time as the Trump tax giveaway expires, the current child tax credit will revert to only $1,000 with partial refundability. Chairman Smith, in your district, 3 in 10 children were left behind under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. They do not receive the full credit because their parents or grandparents did not earn enough to qualify. And it is not that they are not working, they are just not earning enough. Yet parents who do not work but collect dividends from their stocks are eligible. Your requirement is not about work, it is about income, and that is wrong. You can make sure that does not happen again. You can make sure that all the campaign rhetoric about making this economy work for all Americans was not just rhetoric. You can do what you promised by passing the American Family Act, the proven method to cut taxes in a way that helps the middle class. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Neil Dunn, the gentleman from Florida. Dr. Dunn is an Army veteran and a surgeon and serves on the House Energy and Commerce Committee. He also testified at our Member Day hearing last Congress. Welcome back, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be with you. I look forward to supporting my colleagues on this committee while you work to renew the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that passed under the first Trump administration. As someone who was in Congress when we passed that TCJA in 2017, please consider me an ally to your efforts during this reconciliation year. In Florida's Panhandle, economic growth is driven by tourism, agriculture, defense, and a diverse array of small businesses. And small businesses in Florida rely on the full expensing tax provisions that allow 100% write-offs for investments made in the year that they are made. These provisions, along with other business-friendly incentives, are more crucial now than ever as Americans compete with Chinese companies to keep manufacturing and R&D in America. We should always prioritize American companies when innovation over Chinese competitors that are often beholden to the Chinese Communist Party. This is also why I've been a longtime supporter of reforming the de minimis threshold. I believe that lowering the threshold from the current risky level of $800 is a no-brainer and a substantial pay for the Ways and Means Committee can include for reconciliation. I was fully supportive of the Ways and Means Republican trade package that passed the committee last spring. In fact, you were gracious enough to let me include a bill in that package that prohibits China from participating in the general system of preferences on tariffs, reauthorization of which is way overdue. I also have a bill with my colleague, Representative Swazi, the Import Security and Fairness Act that eliminates China and Russia from receiving de minimis benefits. I believe this is important. This is a bipartisan solution to tackle the recent explosions in e-commerce packages that the de minimis provision allows to enter the United States, currently over 2 million packages per day. I want to emphasize this is a pay-for. Lastly, I want to highlight my tax bill that will catapult both our national security and global competitiveness in space. I wrote a bill called the Secure U.S. Leadership in Space Act that amends the IRS code to treat spaceports the same way we treat airports and seaports by allowing the spaceports to receive tax-exempt bonds. Airports and seaports are critical government investments that advance our economic interests and are currently eligible to receive tax-exempt bonds. Spaceports are equally important as we rely more and more on satellites, telecommunications, security operations, rocket launch protocols, and more. There are already 10 states that have active spaceports, and others are joining the club. We need more national investment, including tax incentives, if we want to remain a global leader in space. And my bill ensures that all spaceports in America are eligible to receive greater investment from the public, often used in the construction of airports and other infrastructure projects. Investments in space facilities will keep us competitive as adversaries such as China pour money into their space programs. Important work is conducted in this committee in the tax space, and I know Ways and Means will fulfill its charge to deliver relief and growth to the American people and the American economy. I would be remiss if I did not touch on the overlap between Ways and Means and the committee on which I sit, Energy and Commerce. There's a lot of health reform that our committees will work on together. In reconciliation, I look forward to partnering with my colleagues on this committee on an array of issues, from transparency, CMS payments, PBM reforms, all of which I think are very important pay-fors in the reconciliation process. and I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I hope to have Ways and Means consideration on these incredibly important issues as we proceed through reconciliation. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. I now recognize Representative Julia Fedorchak, the gentlewoman from North Dakota. Prior to coming to Congress, Ms. Fedorchak spent over a decade in public service in North Dakota, and she now serves on the powerful Energy and Commerce Committee, getting on there as a freshman.
Thank you, Chair Smith and members of the committee. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here, and my top goal is to preserve reliable, affordable, sustainable energy policy in our country. And I'm here today to talk about part of the tax code that threatens that, and quite honestly, threatens the power grid that all American families and businesses rely upon for all daily functions and, quite honestly, daily survival. Specifically, I want to discuss the Clean Electricity Production Tax Credit. This policy has been so effective in its 33 years that it's time to rethink and amend it. This policy is triggering a massive investment in new wind and solar resources faster than can be safely incorporated into our grid, and is having adverse impacts on the power grid and energy markets. Enacted in 1992, this program sought to boost investment in wind energy by offering a tax credit for every kilowatt hour of energy produced. At the time, the U.S. had less than 1.5 gigawatts of installed wind capacity. Today, that figure has increased by nearly 10,000%. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, the credit was broadened to cover all zero-emission electricity generators. The IRA also made the Clean Electricity Production Tax Credit transferable, meaning utilities can sell their tax credits to financial institutions. This transferable credit is a major catalyst for renewable energy development and has created a sizable secondary market. While the growth of these renewable energy resources is the policy of many states, most Americans, especially lawmakers, don't realize the threat this rapid expansion is having on the reliability and affordability of our electric grid. In your packet is a map provided by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. It shows that up to 2/3 of our nation is at elevated risk of having enough power to meet demand for electricity today. For the last 12 years, I was a utility regulator in North Dakota, and in this role, I was a liaison from my state to the power grid MISO, which operates a power grid in central U.S. It serves 16 states and faces increasing grid reliability risks from one simple thing: installed capacity is increasing and accredited capacity is decreasing. Again, in your chart, there's a massive gap. In layman's terms, that means that the stuff you can turn on and count on is being replaced with the stuff that provides power only when the weather cooperates. This is an unsustainable gap, and we must correct it. We're in danger of building a weather-dependent electricity grid. And why is this happening? Because the federal government is providing a very generous and expensive tax credit to encourage it. We have the opportunity to do something about this. The Clean Electricity Production Tax Credit and its predecessors were intended to be temporary for emerging technologies and has become a misaligned market incentive. Without it, renewables would still be competitive. Since 2010, the cost of both onshore wind and solar have fallen by 66% and 79%, respectively. And wind facilities continue to become more efficient. The average wind capacity factor grew from 31% in 2004 to 40% in 2021. In my state, capacity factors reach 50% or higher. Instead of allowing renewables to compete on these merits, our tax policy incentivizes investment in renewables at an unsustainable pace, inflates Americans' utility bills, adds to our growing debt, and jeopardizes reliabilities. We all want clean, sustainable energy technologies, but no energy solution is sustainable unless it is first affordable and reliable. My staff is currently developing a menu of legislative options to address these outdated incentive structures of this program. and I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee to pursue reforms that preserve the integrity of our grid. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Vince Fong, the gentleman from California. Mr. Fong is a former aide to the two men who were his predecessors, the former chairman of this committee, Chairman Bill Thomas, and the former Speaker of the House, my friend Kevin McCarthy. It's great to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this opportunity for members to share their thoughts on tax reform. As I talk to people in California's Central Valley about potential tax hikes, it's clear America needs a tax code that enables taxpayers to provide for their families and invest in their communities. Here's the reality in the 20th District of California. If the Trump tax cuts expire, workers, families, farmers, and small businesses will pay 21% more in taxes. This means for a family of 4 in my district with a median family income, they would pay $2,000 more in taxes a year, the equivalent of 9 weeks' worth of groceries. That's why I'd like to thank you, Chairman Smith, and all the members of the committee for beginning this important work last Congress of pro-growth tax incentives to guarantee relief for American families, strengthen our small businesses, and reinvest in our supply chain and American manufacturing. To build upon that work, I would like to highlight some tax ideas to consider as we work to extend the Trump tax cuts and revitalize opportunities across California and our nation. My district is filled with family farmers and small business owners. Addressing the death tax would significantly relieve a burden for many family farms, where relief from this unfair tax would allow future generations to continue their farming legacies in rural communities. In addition to that, to the important extension of lower marginal tax rates, farms across America would continue to benefit from increased and immediate expensing, especially in the Central Valley, where we produce nearly half of the nation's specialty crops which require specialized machinery for harvesting, planting, and irrigation. Small businesses are the backbone of the American economy, employing almost half of the U.S. workforce. This is no different in my district. While we must continue to keep corporate tax rates low so American companies can compete with foreign competitors, small businesses must also be built to compete, and the small business pass-through tax deduction will allow them to continue to create and invest in our communities. The Central Valley, which I'm proud to call home, is the energy capital of California. We produce 70% of the oil and gas in California and nearly 60% of California's renewable energy. But demand will continue to grow, especially with the growth of even more data centers requiring more and more energy to fuel AI capabilities and applications. As a nation, America must work not only toward energy independence, but energy abundance. Allowing geological and geophysical expenditures to be recovered is critical to incentivize further domestic oil exploration and ultimately allow Americans to see lower prices at the pump. Finally, we must prioritize tax policy that supports American families. The child tax credit supports parents as they strive to meet the financial challenges of the day. It helps relieve parents' financial stress, whether they're saving for emergencies or college education. Being a parent is one of the most important jobs there is. That's why it's critical to maintain a strong child tax credit to relieve financial strain on families as our country recovers from high inflation. I urge Congress to quickly work to extend the Trump tax cuts. There are real-world implications, and hard-working Americans are relying on us. It is our duty as members of Congress to ensure a strong economy for our fellow Americans. Doing so will ensure that Congress delivers on President Trump's promise of a vibrant economy for all Americans, including the working families, farmers, and small businesses in my district. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the gentlewoman from Georgia. Along with her service on the Homeland Security Committee, Ms. Greene serves as the chairwoman of the new subcommittee on the Department of Government Efficiency on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump's policies in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 provided much-needed relief to so many American families and businesses, including in my district and also for my own business and my own family. Individual income tax rates went down. The standard deduction was doubled. The child tax credit went up, and the death tax and corporate tax were slashed. My district, Georgia 14, is home to over 426,000 taxpayers. The average taxpayer in Georgia 14 would see a 25% tax hike if Trump's tax cuts expire. A family of four making $70,423, which is the median income in my district, would see a $1,389 tax increase if the cuts expire. This is worth about 8 weeks of groceries to typical families of four in the region. 93,160 Georgia 14 families would see their household's child tax credit cut in half. This is not manageable for these families. 90% of taxpayers in my district would see their guaranteed deduction slashed in half. They cannot go through and handle their monthly expenses if this happens. 31,820 small businesses in Georgia 14 would be hit with a 43.4% tax rate if the small business deductions expires. Let me tell you, that would ensure certain failure for many of these small businesses. 7,267 of my constituents would be impacted by the return of the alternative minimum tax. 3,226 family-owned farms in my district would have their death tax exemption slashed in the half next year. Let me tell you, these people will lose their family farms. American businesses and individuals also deal with burdensome regulations simply to trade securities and invest for their families. For all these reasons, it is extremely important that we in Congress support Chairman Smith and support President Trump's plan to extend these crucial policies. We need to deliver a historic mandate for the American people, including by supporting President Trump's campaign promises of no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and tax credits for caregivers. Let me re-emphasize that. I traveled the country with President Trump for almost 4 solid years, and I went to many of his rallies, probably more than any member of Congress that I serve with. I stood with him in every single state, in every single city. And when I saw him and heard him campaign saying loudly, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime, people rose to their feet and cheered loudly, standing ovation after standing ovation. We have a mandate from the American people to deliver these campaign promises, and I promise you, President Trump, especially for Republicans, is more popular than you are in your district, so we need to make sure we don't follow any one person's idea of what we need to do here with this historic mandate. We need to follow what President Trump campaigned on and what the people overwhelmingly voted for. I thank Chairman Smith and the committee here on Ways and Means, and I look forward to working together on these crucial pieces of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I want to thank all the members for their testimony. You are dismissed from the panel. And will the clerk please set for panel 3? All right, I would now like to welcome our third panel of the day. Thank you all for taking time away from your busy schedules to be here before the committee. You each will have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. I now recognize Representative Laura Gillen and the gentlewoman from New York. Prior to joining us in Congress this year, Ms. Gillen spent her career in public service to the people of Nassau County.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, members of the House Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to highlight a critical priority for my constituents in the 4th Congressional District of New York. As members of the Chief Tax Writing Committee in Congress, you will play a major role in the upcoming reauthorization of the 2017 tax bill. Without a doubt, the single most urgent and important tax priority for my constituents on Long Island is the need to eliminate the cap and fully restore the state and local tax deduction. As you know, since the federal income tax was first established in 1913, Congress made state and local taxes deductible from federal income. They did so out of recognition that double taxation of Americans is simply unfair. The SALT deduction allowed the hard-working men and women I represent on Long Island, who pay some of the highest property taxes in the country, to reduce their federally taxable income by deducting the full amount that they pay in state income and local property taxes. This important bipartisan feature of the tax code stood the test of time for more than 100 years. As you know, the 2017 tax bill did away with this provision, gutting and capping the SALT deduction, and as a result, imposing double taxation on my constituents, some 11 million Americans who hit the cap, according to Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration. By capping and scrapping the full SALT deduction, the 2017 tax bill has made life even more expensive for my constituents. Prior to the cap, nearly 50% of all the taxpayers in my district use the SALT deduction, with Nassau County residents deducting $26,259 on average, more than the double the current $10,000 cap. I've heard from countless hard-working families in my district over the past few years who've had to pay tens of thousands of dollars more in taxes, making their lives more expensive and adding to the cost of living crisis on Long Island. For example, a police officer and a teacher in my district, each making $120,000, paying about $7,000 in income taxes with $15,000 in property taxes, would have been able to deduct about $29,000 in state and local taxes. With the cap, they can now only deduct $10,000, so they lose about $19,000 that they were previously able to deduct. I'm committed to reversing the harmful SALT cap and cutting taxes for my constituent. This is a critical, common-sense concern in my district that affects hard-working, middle-class families. That is why in my first week in Congress, I sent a letter to the House and Senate leadership calling for the immediate bipartisan negotiations to reinstate the SALT deduction, the full SALT deduction. I know there is strong support for getting this done in the upcoming reconciliation package among many House Republicans and Democrats from New York and from many other states, as well as from President Trump. As we all know, he promised in my district to get SALT back. That is why I recently sat down with my colleagues in the Bipartisan SALT Caucus to discuss a path forward on reconciliation and our belief in the need to restore SALT for all of our constituents. Last week, I was also proud to join my Republican colleague, Representative Andrew Garbarino, and 20 co-sponsors on both sides of the aisle in introducing H.R. 430, the SALT Deductibility Act. I strongly urge the committee to swiftly consider this important bill to restore the full deduction that taxpayers had before and they still deserve. I will continue working across the aisle on good faith negotiations to deliver tax relief for Long Island. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you so much for the time today, for your work on this committee to help and serve the American people. I look forward to working with you and all our colleagues to help preserve SALT, lower taxes, and cut costs for the families that I'm honored to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Erin Houchin, the gentlewoman from Indiana. Ms. Houchin is a small business owner, which makes her an incredible advocate for small businesses and working families in her district. In addition to serving on the Financial Services Committee, she is our House elected conference secretary in leadership. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and Ranking Member Neal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on the tax issues that are most important to families and small businesses in my district. I want to start by discussing one of the most important provisions we have in the federal tax code, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. Since LIHTC was first created as part of the Tax Reform Act of 1986, this program has become the most important and powerful tool at the federal level for the development of affordable housing. From districts like mine in southern Indiana to urban centers like Chicago and New York, LIHTC has been used to build and maintain low-cost housing for Americans across the country. As this committee begins the work in this Congress to incentivize growth and give more families the tools they need to achieve the American dream, I hope the committee also takes time to consider legislation to expand and improve this program, including through proposals like my friend Representative LaHood's Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act, which I was proud to co-sponsor last Congress. Another issue that is of great importance to my constituents is the immediate expensive for research and development expenditures. Beginning in 2022, companies that invest in R&D are no longer able to immediately deduct these expenses, marking the first time since 1954 that these expenses have been amortized over 5 years. While this change may seem insignificant, the truth is it has made it more difficult for American companies to innovate and compete with foreign firms. This is why I was proud to co-sponsor Representative Estes' American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act last Congress, which would revert this change and again allow continued expensing for these expenditures in the years in which they are incurred. I also want to briefly touch on a topic that I've heard about from many stakeholders in my district, energy tax credits. Under President Trump, Americans are excited to see an all-of-the-above approach to energy, embracing new and old technologies to address our energy crisis and decrease costs for all Americans. As you move forward, I ask you to proceed with caution when addressing provisions that have incentivized the onshoring of technology and manufacturing, resulting in billions of dollars in U.S. investments and thousands of jobs both throughout my district and across the country. Appending these incentives could have severe economic consequences if not approached thoughtfully. So when considering the future of energy tax credits, I urge the committee to take a surgical approach with particular interest in the investments that have already been made. Finally, I want to mention how important it is that we move expeditiously toward a single, powerful reconciliation bill. One of the greatest accomplishments of the previous Trump administration was the enactment of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Under the Trump tax cuts, American families and workers had more money in their pockets, businesses were given more tools to flourish, and our economy grew at a faster rate than what projections thought was possible. With President Trump back in office, Americans across the country, including in my district, are excited about the possibility of a new golden age of growth and prosperity. In order to achieve this, however, we need to build upon the previous Trump administration's success and protect working families from impending tax hikes. Chairman Smith, I know you are aware of how important it is that we provide the necessary tax relief to American workers, families, and businesses to ensure that our economy stays competitive and continues to grow toward its full potential. If we don't, we risk falling behind and losing what makes the United States the best place to work, to innovate, and succeed. That is why it is important that we get to work on one big, beautiful bill that will set America on the right track by securing our border, ensuring energy independence, and making sure that Americans can keep more of their hard-earned money. Thank you again to Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal for the opportunity to discuss the important priorities for the 9th District of the state of Indiana. I yield back.
One big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Ms. Houchin. I now recognize Representative John James, the gentleman from Michigan. Mr. James served our nation in the United States Army for 8 years and continues his service as a dedicated advocate for Michigan's 10th District. This is his second time testifying before the Ways and Means Committee. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. I'll just cut right to the chase. Let's not get it twisted. Every single Democrat is going to vote against this tax package. And I fear that our Republican colleagues are being played for their fools. Giving carte blanche to blue state governors to continue to enact laws and regulations that will hurt their people and increase with perverse incentives to do the right things is not necessarily what we should be doing. There are Republicans, our very good friends and colleagues, Esposito, Molinaro, Garcia, and Steele, who are at home right now, who made the same SALT argument. And for the remaining 5 of our very dear colleagues who are pushing very hard for the SALT cap raising, for the increase in cost of $225 billion over the next decade, that's $45 billion per seat. How much are we willing to pay for a seat? We need to ask ourselves this question: are we willing to pay for certain things at the expense of the rest of America? I think that we have a number of things that would benefit all Americans, regardless of where we live, and that is where I would like to focus today, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be back here in the 119th Congress, and I believe that we have to make sure that we ensure that many avenues of prosperity. The best avenue of prosperity is through education. I particularly want to highlight this path of prosperity through the Educational Choice for Children Act, legislation intended to expand education freedom and opportunity for students, and I appreciate our colleague from Nebraska, Mr. Adrian Smith, for leading on these efforts. And I look forward to working with all my colleagues in these months ahead to get this bill for consideration on the House floor. We must continue to prioritize reforms to education that expand choice, and the best way to do that is to put parents back in the driver's seat. I believe firmly that when you give parents choice, you give students a chance. In addition, I believe the child tax credit, a responsible approach to addressing the provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act, must also be a part of this important debate on how we restore economic prosperity here in America. Again, a much better use of money for all Americans than just a few on the coast. My bill from the 118th Congress, Reignite Hope Act, would increase the child tax credit from $4,500 for each child from 0 to 5 and $3,500 for each child 6 to 17. After 4 years of reckless federal spending and terrible economic policies out of the Biden-Harris administration, parents in my district and districts all over the country are pleading for some relief. They've paid upwards of $6 for gas, $10 for a dozen eggs, and $7 for milk. Now more than ever, parents across the country deserve relief, proven relief. The child tax credit works. Lastly, everyone in this room knows there are a multitude of concerns about IRA. I share those concerns. The IRA, which did exactly the opposite of its name, was a radical attempt to institute the left-wing wish list of the Green New Deal agenda. EV mandates, which have already cost thousands of good-paying jobs in Michigan, removed consumer choice from the free market and made us reliant on China, enabled child slave labor in the Congo, and widely prevalent EV supply chain risks. I'm thrilled that the House, along with President Trump, have made the elimination of job-killing EV mandates a priority. As I led the EV CRA last Congress, we're going to redouble those efforts. And I would like to echo the comments of my great friend and colleague, Rep. Houchin, when she mentioned we have to go at this with a scalpel and not a chainsaw. I ask that we proceed with caution when looking to address the provisions of the IRA that have incentivized onshoring the future of automotive jobs, manufacturing, and increasing our capacity. I do believe that history will show the United States government does have a role in increasing capacity and our ability to bring economic prosperity to our people and to defend ourselves through our manufacturing prowess. While the bulk of the IRA is damaging policy, we must not neglect the sector-wide energy tax provisions that manufacturers and job creators rely on in my district and around the country. Additionally, it's critical that we continue to manufacture and assemble semiconductor chips here in America. We cannot rely on our foreign adversaries to produce and manufacture our means of self-defense and survival. We can and we must repatriate American jobs, reinvigorate manufacturing golden age in this country while mitigating the national security risk. If we continue to assemble semiconductor chips here in America, we will be in a much better position. I encourage this committee to continue to consider addressing provisions from past legislation regarding our chip supply chain. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time, Mr. Chairman, and I'm confident with your leadership we will. I appreciate the time here to speak today, and I want to say a particular thank you for working with your staff. We are working on a way that we can help in a conservative manner students with their loan debt while also addressing our mandatory spending and the liability we have in the long term. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. James. I now recognize Representative Keith Self, gentleman from Texas as well. He is a 25-year Army veteran who is now serving the people of North Texas. Mr. Self is a champion for tax fairness for every region of the country. Mr. Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am here today to express my opposition to raising the state and local tax deduction cap, commonly referred to as the SALT cap. The implications of this deduction are severe, and it's imperative that we consider who in this nation truly bears the cost. Raising the SALT cap would unfairly punish residents of places like my home state of Texas and other states that have no state income tax and are properly governed. Residents in these states have made deliberate choices to keep taxes low and prioritize fiscal responsibility. Yet under a higher SALT deduction, their hard-earned dollars would effectively subsidize residents of high-tax states that often demonstrate a pattern of fiscal irresponsibility. Is it fair to ask a hardworking Texan to shoulder the financial burden of another state's poor policy choices? Let's take a closer look at some of these policy choices. High-tax states like New York and California have adopted agendas that prioritize wasteful spending over sound governance. They funnel billions into programs that promote divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, burden businesses with costly regulations under the guise of a Green New Deal, and allocate taxpayer dollars to provide benefits to illegal immigrants. These are policies that not only strain their budgets, but also fail to address the core needs of their residents, such as public safety, infrastructure, and education. Supporters of raising the SALT cap often argue that it's about fairness, claiming that it will ease the tax burden on middle-class families in high-tax states. But let's be clear. This is a tax break that overwhelmingly benefits the wealthiest households. According to the Nonpartisan Tax Policy Center, nearly 90% of the benefits of removing the SALT cap would go to households earning $200,000 or more per year. Meanwhile, middle-class families in fiscally responsible states see no relief, only an increasing federal tax burden because of these subsidized deductions. Raising the SALT deduction incentivizes states to continue their irresponsible practices, knowing they can shift the financial burden to the federal level and to Texans. This undermines accountability and creates a moral hazard where leaders in high-tax states have little incentive to enact reforms or control their spending. Our tax policy should reward responsibility, not penalize it. It should encourage states to live within their means, not enable fiscal recklessness. Raising the SALT deduction cap does the opposite. It's a giveaway to the wealthy in states that prioritize the woke agenda over good governance. And it's paid for by the hardworking taxpayers in states that do things right. In the words of President Reagan, we can lecture our children about extravagance until we run out of voice and breath. Or we can cut their extravagance by simply reducing their allowance. Reagan's words resound profoundly today. Eliminating the SALT deduction is a critical step toward curbing the fiscal excesses of high-tax states while ensuring fairness for taxpayers nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Self. I now recognize Representative Chuck Edwards, a gentleman from North Carolina. Mr. Edwards serves on the Appropriations and Budget Committees, and this is his second time testifying at the Member Day, so welcome back.
Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members, I'd like to start by thanking you for the chance to speak on behalf of the people of my district during this member session on 4 key ideas, and I'll be brief on each of those. First is wasteful spending. I'm sure that we can all agree that one of the former administration's most troublesome traits was finding new ways to waste taxpayer money. One prime example is the direct file program by the Internal Revenue Service. In 2024, the IRS spent over $24 million launching the direct file tax preparation program, which has less than 1% use rate. This year, the IRS is spending millions more to relaunch that program. Last week, Representative Adrian Smith and I, and thank you, Representative Smith, the Fair Preparation Act, which would prohibit the IRS from implementing the direct file program or any other similar tax preparation program. Simply put, the IRS should not be both tax preparer and tax auditor for the American people. Shifting gears, last year I spoke to this committee about an issue plaguing our nation's unemployment system. Federal law requires that Americans on unemployment search for and accept work, but it does not require that they interview for a job when offered, which is arguably the most important part of a job search. We must protect the integrity of our unemployment system, and that's why I introduced the Unemployment Integrity Act last Congress, and I plan to do so again this year. The Unemployment Integrity Act makes showing up to an interview a mandatory part of the job search, and it strengthens audit requirements to protect against further abuse of our unemployment system. This is a simple, common-sense way to protect against fraud and to return dignity to our unemployment system. Last year, I also spoke to you about difficulties communities face getting environmentally contaminated sites called brownfields and Superfund sites developed. To address this issue and to spark economic development in historically untouched areas, I introduced the Economic Opportunity for Distressed Communities Act. This act would designate hazardous waste sites as opportunity zones, encouraging cleanup, development, and revitalization of areas that may otherwise sit contaminated for decades to come. This act is a must and a very simple modification to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. Finally, last September, my district was ravaged by Hurricane Helene. Water crested as high as 40 feet in some areas of North Carolina's mountains, and recovery continues to be a challenge. One solution that I'm urging this committee to consider is designating disaster-declared areas from Hurricane Helene as opportunity zones, as was done in 2005 in the Gulf Opportunity Zone Act. While the GO Zone Act of 2005 is markedly different than the current Opportunity Zone program that we know today, I believe that the Western North Carolina mountains, who is occupied by hard-working folks and were uprooted by Helene, and deserve the same important investments as communities affected by Hurricanes Katrina, Rita, and Wilma in the early 2000s. I'm currently working on legislation in this area, and I ask you to work with me to ensure Western North Carolina has access to every available resource to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I now recognize Representative Wesley Hunt, the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Hunt is a decorated military veteran who serves on the Natural Resources and Judiciary Committees. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Neal, for the opportunity to speak in support of my bill, the POWER Act. This bill will establish a tax credit for Americans who have been affected by natural disasters to purchase an emergency generator. As a native Houstonian, I'm too familiar with hurricanes and the devastating impact they can have on cities and families. I also know the life-saving impact that generators can have during these tragic times. Natural disasters such as tornadoes, fires, hurricanes, and blizzards are an unfortunate part of life in our country, and each state encounters its own unique type of natural disaster. California endures wildfires, as we have tragically recently witnessed. Gulf states like mine and Texas, including many more, endure hurricanes, and Northeasterners endure debilitating blizzards, as we know as well. As a real-time example, in North Carolina, Americans are still waiting in long lines in the cold for propane tanks and heaters to stay warm after their community was destroyed by Hurricane Helene just a few months ago. Access to generator can help all Americans weather the storm, no matter which storm they face. Generators help families keep the lights on, keep medication and refrigerators cold, and keep the house warm when they need it the most. Americans need help when their electricity goes out. Americans need help purchasing life-saving emergency generators. That's why my bill, the POWER Act, is necessary today. The POWER Act will give Americans in disaster-affected communities a tax credit of up to $500 to purchase an emergency generator that will be valid for only 2 years after enactment. Even better, the POWER Act allows this tax credit to be used only for generators made right here in the United States. Under the POWER Act, Americans will be safer and American companies will be stronger. One way this tax credit could be paid for is by instituting a 50% tax credit on remittances from illegal aliens. The Texas Public Policy Foundation estimates that a remittance tax could generate around $23 billion, triple what the POWER Act would cost in total. Not only is this issue important to me, my friends and neighbors in Texas, and the American people, but it's also important to President Trump. President Trump posted on Truth Social about this very issue on October 11th, 2024. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit a record of President Trump's October 11th, 2024 Truth Social post concerning a tax credit for generators.
So ordered.
While I'm here, I also like to strongly advocate for the 45Q tax credit that allows oil and gas companies to invest in carbon capture and sequestration. 45Q is one of the biggest tax credits the federal government provides that allows energy companies to innovate for the future. For example, for a large part to 45Q, the energy industry has reduced American carbon footprint immensely. But more importantly, they can utilize the captured carbon for what's known as enhanced oil recovery, which has resulted in the highest oil recovery efficiency of over 100 years. To put it another way, 45Q is responsible for one of the largest innovative technologies in the world, and that is hydraulic fracturing. And thank God we have that today. I'd like to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your work on this issue, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hunt, and I want to thank you all for your testimonies. You're dismissed from the panel, and will the clerk please set up panel number 4? I would now like to welcome our 4th panel of the day. Thank you all for taking time away from your busy schedules to testify to our committee. You each will have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. I now recognize Representative Kevin Kiley, the gentleman from California. Mr. Kiley is an attorney and a teacher and is currently serving in a 2nd term in Congress. He's a member of the Judiciary, Education, and Workforce and Transportation and Infrastructure Committees. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. And I want to take a moment today to strongly urge the committee to raise the cap on the state and local tax deduction that was put in place in 2017. In California, my constituents and all Californians pay among the highest taxes in the country, and placing this cap on the SALT deduction caused them to pay even more. And so this year we have an opportunity to provide some much-needed tax relief, and I'll be strongly advocating for that every step of the way as we consider an extension and throughout the reconciliation process. So as we're all aware, the SALT deduction allows filers to deduct up to $10,000 of certain state and local taxes from their taxable income. This cap was a major change from long-standing federal policy, which respected fiscal federalism between the federal government and state and local governments, and worked to protect taxpayers from a form of double taxation by forcing them to pay taxes on income that went not to their expenses but to local governments. The average itemized filer in each of the 10 counties in my district reported a SALT burden from $12,000 to $28,000 in 2021. In a state which already contributes more than any other in federal taxes, this additional burden is difficult to bear. As the committee starts work on a new tax package, I'm asking you to support raising the SALT deduction cap. The Ways and Means Committee has an opportunity here to adjust the previous policy in a way that will help hard-hit consumers and taxpayers by limiting double taxation and demonstrate that this Congress hears their concerns. A second item that I'd like to bring to the committee's attention is a bill that I have recently introduced. called the No Medicaid for Illegal Immigrants Act. This bill prohibits states from using both federal and state Medicaid funds to provide services for illegal immigrants. I recognize that much of this jurisdiction might fall within other committees, but there are significant opportunities here to ensure that scarce healthcare dollars are properly focused on Americans and not those who have violated the law coming into this country. Border security, of course, is going to be a top priority for this Congress, and this is a particularly powerful tool to provide an added measure of security at our border and ensuring fiscal responsibility. To take my state, for example, California has been steadily increasing the number of illegal immigrants who can receive Medicaid, we call it Medi-Cal, since 2019. In 2024, California completed its expansion of Medi-Cal for illegal immigrants, allowing individuals between the ages of 26 and 29 to receive all benefits afforded to citizens and legal immigrants. California's nonpartisan legislative analyst office estimates that this will cost Californians $6.5 billion annually. That's $6.5 billion annually in taxpayer funds going to support free health care for those in our state illegally. My legislation will prevent states from spending billions of taxpayer dollars on benefits for those who are here illegally while promoting fairness and fiscal responsibility. Finally, I want to thank this committee for all its work on the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act last Congress. This legislation was vital to my constituents because it allows wildfire settlements to be exempted from federal income taxes. Many of my constituents have been victims of wildfires in which there was a link to a utility, and for them to have to then pay taxes on their recoveries was fundamentally unjust, and this legislation corrected that injustice and goes a long way, certainly doesn't make them whole, but goes a long way towards giving folks the support that they need as they're recovering. So I thank the committee for considering these very important issues for my district, for my constituents, in my state.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. I now recognize Representative Nick LaLota, the gentleman from North Carolina. Mr. LaLota is a New York. Definitely none.
Mr. Chairman, we anticipate what he's going to say.
I'm looking forward to it. He's a champion for the people of New York and has probably talked to me more about tax policy than most members of this conference, especially with a provision called SALT. It's great to have you here, Mr. LaLota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my constituents need more SALT, and we in Congress should give it to them in this upcoming budget reconciliation. The state and local tax deduction, commonly called the SALT deduction, is the #1 federal tax issue for Long Islanders. Discussions of SALT dominate not just the editorial pages, but conversations in diners and pizza places and delis and bagel stores all around Long Island. And we Long Islanders need SALT relief for reasons of federal fairness and equity. First, SALT bars double taxation of income, allowing the amount a federal taxpayer pays towards their state income and property taxes to be deducted from income taxable by the federal government. Second, SALT's roots in our tax code are as old as the federal income tax itself, both established in 1913. Third, SALT's foundational principle is based in federalism, where states were meant to be a unique and driving governing force, and the federal government was meant to have limited power and spending. Finally, since New York taxpayers receive far less back from Washington than we give, SALT helps make us a little more even with Uncle Sam. Despite these points, some of my Democrat colleagues argue that SALT relief is welfare for the wealthy. With due respect, that couldn't be further from the truth. My district has the highest cost of living in the entire nation, driven by New York's staggering tax burden, the highest in the country. What might be considered a high income elsewhere barely keeps pace with expenses on Long Island. And some of my own party argue that SALT relief is an improper subsidy for big, bloated state budgets like New York's. And I won't deny that Albany's government is oversized, wasteful, and mismanaged. But there's an inconvenient truth when it comes to federal subsidies. The largest blue states, like California and New York, contribute far more to Washington than they get in return. California taxpayers send $263 billion more to the federal government than it receives, while New York taxpayers send $136 billion more to Washington than we receive. Said another way, California is ranked 43rd of the 50 states, getting just 65 cents back for every dollar they send to Washington, and New York is ranked 41st of the 50 states, receiving just 74 cents back for every dollar. New Jersey, who is for SALT as well, is ranked 48 of 50, getting a mere 56 cents back for every dollar it sends to Washington. In fact, while the poorly run government of New York gets 74 cents back for every dollar we send to Washington, efficiently run state governments like Kentucky get $1.89 for every dollar, Arizona $1.71, and South Carolina too gets $1.71 for every dollar it sends to Washington. I'm not here to defend the tax and spend policies of my state. For those ill-fated policies are the primary reason that New Yorkers are leaving for places like Florida and the Carolinas. But I am here to say that the assertion that my state's big bloated government gets more than its fair share from Washington is not grounded in fact. To the contrary, hardworking Long Islanders and millions of others in high-tax states are already subsidizing the rest of the country. SALT relief simply ensures they aren't taxed twice on the same income. A higher cap on SALT, my colleagues from the Ways and Means Committee, will bring fairness and equity to this disparity. Thank you, Chairman, for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Ashley Hinson, the gentlewoman from Iowa. She joined us back in August for our hearing at the Iowa State Fair. So we heard from you the priorities of Iowans and the Trump tax cuts. It's great to have you back with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Neal, and my colleagues on this committee for having this very important Member Day hearing to hear about the most important tax issues facing Iowa families and American families. We're really approaching a critical inflection point in our tax policy this year, as we all know. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provided tremendous opportunities for our Iowa businesses to grow and expand, and for working families to truly thrive. In sectors like manufacturing, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act spurred 5 million new jobs, one of the many resulting accomplishments of this legislation. And members of Congress and this committee have the chance now to build on the success of these tax cuts to continue to foster economic growth, especially in rural communities like those. Continue to invest in research and work to gain control of critical supply chains. It has never been more important for Congress to commit to pro-growth tax policy that secures American leadership on the global stage. To do so, reaffirming our support for American small businesses will be a vital step to ensure the United States remains the best place to do business globally. Small businesses are the foundation of Iowa's economy, making up over 99% of Iowa businesses and employing over half of our state's workforce. Permanently extending key provisions of the TCJA, including Section 199A deduction, will help small businesses continue to invest in their operations and employees. Additionally, Congress can continue to support research and development by domestic manufacturers by extending key policies like immediate expensing for research and development. Congress should also maintain and expand policies that allow Americans to pass their operations on to the next generation. Preserving essential tax tools like stepped-up basis will ensure that Iowa farmers can keep those farms in the family. I'm also supportive of efforts led by my fellow Iowan, Congressman Randy Feenstra, to permanently eliminate the death tax, which would help Iowans pass on those family farms and small businesses without extreme tax burdens from the federal government. As a mom to 2 boys, I know the importance of providing tax relief to working families. The Trump tax cuts significantly expanded the child tax credit, providing necessary support to millions of American families. Building on those improvements, I introduced the Providing for Life Act to continue prioritizing the needs of families and ensure that they have the resources to thrive. This comprehensive package supports families at every stage of life, including provisions for paid family leave, support for expecting parents and pregnancy centers, and an expanded child tax credit with increased refundability and extended eligibility. So these improvements, combined with continued commitment to support access to child care through the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, will help to reduce financial pressure on rural working families who often face really unique challenges such as limited job opportunities, longer commutes, and higher costs for many essential services. And finally, I encourage the committee to double down on policies that help to support American energy dominance. Tax provisions that incentivize new investment in the production of liquid transportation fuels, like biofuels, many made right in Iowa, will be a critical component of an energy strategy that bolsters our energy independence and lowers costs for consumers. This is especially important for my state. The biofuels industry contributes over $7 billion to our economy annually and supports nearly 57,000 jobs across Iowa. I appreciate the committee's attention to potential improvements for tax incentives like the 45Z Clean Fuel Production Credit and the 40B Sustainable Aviation Fuel Credit. Ensuring that these are preserved and effectively implemented will support new opportunities for homegrown liquid transportation fuels and continue to bring millions of dollars in private sector investments to states like Iowa. As we like to say, it's an all of the above and all of the below strategy. Congress should ensure these credits are driven by the needs of producers, providing farmers with the flexibility that rewards them for their good practices while providing long-term certainty to make those new investments. So again, I'd like to thank the chairman, members of the committee for being here today and listening to us, for the opportunity to testify before you. By allowing Americans to keep more of their hard-earned money, keep it in their pockets, we are going to continue to support American competitiveness on the global stage and enact policies that will facilitate American energy dominance. We will continue to promote that economic growth and prosperity across the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. I now recognize the resident commissioner, Pablo Jose Hernandez, the gentleman from Puerto Rico. Mr. Hernandez is a graduate of Harvard University and Stanford Law School and just recently joined us this Congress, so welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today and share the issues that are critical to Puerto Rico's success. As Puerto Rico's resident commissioner, I have three priorities. One, economic development, particularly through tax incentives that take advantage of Puerto Rico's unique status. Two, equal treatment in federal programs. And three, the island's energy grid's reconstruction. Since this is the Ways and Means Committee, I will focus on priority number one, tax incentives. My written statement will address the other 2 points. Puerto Rico presents a valuable opportunity to help strengthen our supply chain, resilience, reduce our reliance on China, and counter Chinese influence in the Americas. Our island combines a skilled workforce, a strategic location, and a special tax status, as Puerto Rico is generally exempt from federal income tax laws. This, along with being part of the U.S., has made us an attractive hub for manufacturing, particularly pharmaceuticals and an emerging air and space industry. For example, Puerto Rico leads the U.S. in pharmaceutical manufacturing and exports, contributing 19% of the $66 billion in pharmaceuticals exported in 2020. Additionally, in 2022, Puerto Rico's aerospace industry generated $625 million in annual revenue. But Puerto Rico needs additional incentives to offset the cost of doing business in an island. We had incentives like that in the past, and they worked for the U.S., for Puerto Rico, and for the cause of freedom and democracy in the Caribbean region during the height of the Cold War. The phase-out of Section 936, as that incentive was known, triggered an economic recession and Puerto Rico's eventual bankruptcy. Since then, Puerto Rico has barely seen any positive economic indicators. We need to do better. I urge this committee to explore modern tax incentives tailored to Puerto Rico's potential and America's challenges. One promising bipartisan initiative is the Supply Chain Growth and Recovery Act, introduced by Congresswoman Maliotakis of this committee, which incentivizes investments in Puerto Rico to reshore critical supply chains to the United States. This legislation not only supports our local economy and boosts domestic production, but also strengthens U.S. supply chain resilience and reduces reliance on foreign adversaries like China. Another promising initiative is the Territorial Economic Recovery Act, introduced by Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett of this committee, which would restore favorable tax treatment for investments in U.S. territories and Commonwealths, including the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. I rarely agree with him, but as White House Trade Counselor Pete Navarro said, this is our chance to say, China is fired, Puerto Rico is hired. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter my full written testimony for the record.
Without
Thank you.
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Young Kim, the gentlewoman from California. Ms. Kim made history when she became the first Korean-American woman to ever serve in the United States Congress. She serves on the Financial Services and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal, members of this committee. Thank you for having this Member Day hearing to learn about our priorities for our respective districts. I represent the hardworking people of California's 40th district. My constituents primarily reside in the counties of Orange and San Bernardino and a small portion of Corona in the San Bernardino, Riverside County. For most of my constituents, as I'm sure many of your constituents, increasing living costs and home affordability are top of mind. As the Ways and Means Committee begins the process of writing a tax package, I ask that your members consider fixing the state and local tax SALT deduction cap that is imposed by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The TCJA SALT cap also discriminated against families who filed their taxes jointly because it imposed the same $10,000 cap as individual filers. The committee must also consider fixing this marriage penalty. The SALT deduction originated from the Revenue Act of 1913, which included a provision that allowed the deduction of state and local states in order to prevent double taxation. For over a century, the SALT deduction was a bedrock of tax law and allowed more families to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. Unfortunately, the SALT cap made home ownership unattainable for districts like mine. According to the Federal Housing Finance Agency's National House Price Index, a metric of how selling prices for single-family homes have changed, we saw an increase of 60% from July 2019 to July 2024. All the while, the SALT cap remains the same. Fixing the SALT cap is not a red or blue state issue. It is all about making homes affordable for my constituents, no matter who they voted for. I also would like to encourage the committee to consider Representative LaHoote's Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act, which I have strongly supported as an original co-sponsor. The bill would finance more affordable housing by expanding and strengthening the low-income housing tax credit. Additionally, I urge the committee to follow the Speaker's thinking on the energy tax credit enacted by the Inflation Reduction Act and use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, when thinking about which tax credits to repeal. So Chairman Smith, members of the committee, I look forward to continuing to work with you and your team to address many of my constituents' concerns. So thank you again for listening and for the opportunity to speak with you today. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I now recognize Representative Mike Kennedy, the gentleman from Utah. Mr. Kennedy is a family physician, attorney, small business owner, and comes to Congress following his service in the Utah State Legislature. Welcome.
Chairman Smith, thank you very much, and Ranking Member Neal, I'm honored to be here. Frankly, I'll just say I didn't know freshmen were even allowed in this room, let alone to be able to testify to this august body. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here, and also for leading the charge to craft what President Trump has called one big, beautiful bill, which I want to call B3 as a result of the way he alliterates that. Your vision and leadership will be crucial as we work to extend tax relief for workers, families, and businesses while reigniting our nation's economic engine. President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a monumental step forward for our economy. It lowered taxes for hardworking Americans, created a surge in business investment, and increased opportunities for families across the country, including my own. Many of the key provisions of this historic law are set to expire, and we cannot allow the progress we have made to unravel. It is imperative that we extend these tax cuts as soon as possible to provide the stability and certainty that American families and businesses need to plan, grow, and thrive. Acting now ensures that we avoid unnecessary economic disruptions and solidify the foundation for sustained prosperity. At the same time, we must honor President Trump's vision by ensuring this effort remains truly beautiful. That means cutting away any unnecessary complexity or provision that does not directly serve American taxpayers. A clean, focused, and effective approach will deliver the maximum benefit to the American people and ensure this relief is felt where it is needed most. Equally important is addressing the growing challenge of mandatory spending. Without reform, programs such as Medicaid will continue to drain our fiscal resources, limiting our ability to invest in key priorities. These programs are riddled with unchecked and unnecessary spending that diminishes their effectiveness and severely jeopardizes their financial sustainability. B3 will provide a critical opportunity to cut wasteful spending and improve program efficiency. And I'll just say to the body, I am invested in Medicaid reform, and any ideas that I can bring to the table, I would be honored to share those with you. Mr. Chairman, President Trump is counting on us to deliver results, and so are the American people. Let's make his one big, beautiful bill a reality by extending his tax cuts, refining the system, eliminating wasteful spending, and doubling down on economic policies that work for our country. Thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to working with you in this committee to achieve these critical results. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. You are dismissed from the panel. The clerk will set up panel 5. I'd now like to welcome our 5th panel of the day and thank everyone for their time, for their busy schedule right now. You all have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. I now recognize Representative Rich McCormick, the gentleman from Georgia. Dr. McCormick is a decorated veteran and an emergency room physician and brings his expertise to the House Armed Services Committee, Science, Space, and Technology Committees. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for hosting and all my esteemed colleagues on this committee that is so important to our future in America. I'm really excited about the opportunities we have to trim some of the fat that we have and actually address some issues that are going to lock in our prosperity for the next several years. Our nation's tax code is a massive tool to drive the economic engine or to hinder it. With the impending Tax Cuts and Jobs Act tax provisions that we must sustain. It's not a tax cut, it's a sustainment of something that keeps us competitive in the world market, something that without which we will have higher tax corporate rates than those of China and Russia. We'll have headquarters moving overseas, so it's imperative to lock these in as soon as possible, and I don't think we'll have any dispute there. Most importantly, the American innovation needs to be unshackled through the tax code. When you look at the policies for R&D, to lock in the ability to write off those without extending that over a period of 5 years, which really hampers small businesses that don't have that sort of leverage. We need to lock that in as well. I support extending the 45X Advancing Manufacturing Production Tax Credit. All these things, which aren't very controversial. The tax incentives, not government handouts, should also be our motto. Now, one thing I want to talk about that will be the controversy and the thing that holds us up. We have some things that we need to get to, and we need to get to quick if we're going to solve this before the last minute. A lot of times we pin ourselves on the back marker. In other words, if we wait till the last minute to vote on these things and we don't have consensus, we will hamper our big, beautiful bill from being passed. Now, I have my own concerns, whether it be about specifically giving people tax deferment or even tax credits because they have a special sort of service. In other words, people who get tips. I get it. It's something great, and I know they work hard, but so do police officers, firefighters, military people, child care providers, teachers. A lot of great people work for money that makes less than those people who receive tips. I think we have to be really even-handed when we apply the Constitution to our Americans. That's our promise, to sustain and defend the Constitution of the United States. Furthermore, our SALT provisions. I know we're probably going to have to come to some sort of compromise, but we better come to it quick, and we better have some specifics quickly. Because if we don't, we'll be mired down, and we'll put our backs against the walls, and we'll end up with another CR, and it won't be what the American people want. We have a very short opportunity, a window of about 100 days, to get done what we have to get done with compromise. But we want to hear specifics. We, as Congress members, and you guys are in control, you guys get to drive this boat. But we want to hear what the specifics are on the SALT provision so we can start that debate on what specifically we need to come to the table with. I don't want to have SALT at all, but we probably will. So let's talk specifics. I'm willing to compromise on some issues. Maybe some things that I don't want. All of us are going to have to do that in order to get this across the line. But let's get down to specifics sooner rather than later. I think that is the main point because we all want to sustain Trump's promises, deliver to the people the tax cuts that we promised, deliver an economy that's robust and brings us into the future, and cut down on the deficit spending so that we don't bankrupt our system. If we don't address Medicare and Social Security in this Congress, the next 2 years, we will have automatic cuts of 21% on Social Security and 11% on Medicare. It's not going to be addressed by somebody else. It has to be us. This is our one opportunity. I leave it to you, Jason Smith, our illustrious chair, and this illustrious body, my peers, and those people who have it, the finer details than I do to get this done. I'm ready to work with you, and with that, I yield.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Ryan McKenzie. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, is one of our newest members and comes to us from the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that introduction and for allowing me the opportunity to speak with the committee today. In 2017, Congress and the President secured the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, a piece of legislation that helped in many ways restore our competitiveness, grow our economy, and raise wages for working people. I'm here today to talk about what we can do to build on that and actually improve the standing for working families with new and expanded tax credits. Specifically, I'm proposing expanding 4 areas of relief that we can provide to working families. The first is expanding paid family and medical leave benefits for businesses that offer that to their employees. The second is expanding and actually creating a child care tax credit. Third is an expansion of a tax credit for children. And the fourth is the expansion of an adoption tax credit with an additional inclusion of a tax credit for IVF. Today, as we consider these extensions and the many components of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which could help build on the foundation of a new era of prosperity in our country, we need to focus on working families. In the greater Lehigh Valley and across the country, we want to see more than just an extension or an expansion of the law. We need to see that these working families receive immediate relief from inflation and high prices that have plagued them for the last number of years. As the committee is well aware, for 4 years, the American people have faced difficult economic challenges. Prices have skyrocketed, wages have stagnated, and home ownership is increasingly out of reach. This has created hardship for people across socioeconomic and demographic spectrums, but it has especially impacted working families who already faced high costs relating to raising children. As we begin the work of revitalizing the American economy, I hope that we can work to deliver immediate relief to those families. That starts with untangling the increasingly complex financial knot of parenthood starting at the beginning. For parents, the stress and financial difficulty of raising children starts early. According to the Department of Labor, only 27% of civilian workers have access to paid family leave. That means the majority of workers, especially prospective mothers, face major strains and tough choices in the early and first couple months of parenthood. Many parents cannot afford to take time off of work in order to be with their newborns. Some families may be able to rely on friends and relatives, but many don't have that luxury. That's why I'm proposing that the employer tax credit for paid family and medical leave be doubled and be made permanent. This credit, created by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for 2018-2019 and then extended through this year, has had a meaningful difference for millions of parents. Now, we have the opportunity to go even further and make paid family leave a reality for even more Americans. We also know that the challenges facing working families go far beyond the first weeks of a newborn's life. Childcare costs have become an extraordinarily challenging topic for millions of parents. In the greater Lehigh Valley, the area that I represent, the Department of Labor has said that the median cost of childcare exceeds $11,000 per year in 2024, which is about 11% of the median family income. Factor in the surge in prices of things such as food and energy, housing and healthcare, and it's clear that working families are facing an extraordinary challenge in paying for health in childcare. This also means that working parents face tough questions on whether or not to join the labor force. For many, the take-home pay after accounting for the cost of childcare is negligible, leading many to stay at home who may otherwise be interested in working. At a time when many employers say that they need workers, we don't want parents wrestling with the question of whether it makes more financial sense to work or stay at home. We can help solve this problem. We can support working families and revitalize the labor force by creating a child care tax credit. Such a credit provided to working parents of young children would help offset the enormous cost of child care and reduce the growing financial burden on families at a time when they need help. And again, I'll say that the child tax credit, which has received a lot of attention, could certainly use expanding. And the final point is that for many families who are not able to have children of their own, adoption is a great resource and opportunity for them. Expanding that tax credit and adding an additional tax credit for IVF would help those families that are looking to grow their family have the ability and the financial opportunity to do so. I would like to thank the committee and the chairman for this opportunity to present these 4 ideas for you, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Dan Muser, the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Muser is a small businessman and serves on the Financial Services Committee. He also testified at our Member Day hearing last Congress, so welcome back.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to all members of Ways and Means. Appreciate it very, very much. Certainly, the work here is going to be done very carefully, as our focus needs to be on tax investments that create growth, while we're at the same time trying to reduce our incredibly excessive deficit. So that's very much appreciated. And I also appreciate the fact that the only red line I have is that there are no red lines. But what I have to offer here, I think, fits within what as I express, return on investment tax reductions, because the whole idea, of course, is to create more taxpayers while we have less taxes, which is the result of less taxes. So this Congress, Mr. Chairman, this committee in particular has a chance to deliver significant relief to the American people by, of course, extending the TCJA, especially for small business tax credits. I do urge the committee to consider something, Chairman, you and I have talked about before, my bill known as the USA Batteries Act, which has deductions for intangible, as well as deductions for intangible drilling costs and needed health care provisions that will bring stability and ensure access to care, particularly in rural areas. Foremost, the committee needs to strongly consider the pro-growth policies, again, of the TCJA. That certainly cannot be overstated. As I mentioned, the USA Batteries Act is a bill would repeal a tax, Mr. Chairman, on domestic manufacturers. Okay, batteries made in the United States have this tax placed on them by the Biden administration, where imported batteries do not have such a tax. So it's really upside down and backwards, which is a lot of what we've seen before. The U.S. leads the world in lead battery production. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did introduce a Superfund chemical tax, which again gave advantages for the foreign battery manufacturers. So the increased cost for American manufacturers has forced an unfair disadvantage while dealing with all the other economic pressures that of course, that we had. So I just urge very much consideration of the USA Batteries Act. As well, President Trump's agenda seeks to unleash American energy dominance. In Pennsylvania, we have a generational opportunity to ensure American jobs and win the AI battle, but that is going to take an immense amount of baseload power and new manufacturing to create these new manufacturing data centers. Currently, baseload nuclear energy is critical to supporting the existing grid. It would be a mistake to repeal the 45U nuclear production tax credit, a performance-based, mean-tested tax credit that supports 94 nuclear reactors nationwide. I certainly encourage my colleagues to consider this very important tax credit as we consider the future of AI growth and how nuclear energy will assure that allows USA to be dominant. The committee also should give strong consideration to restore the tax deductibility for intangible drilling costs, which has been something that's existed for a long time here in the United States. This, of course, promotes domestic energy production in a significant manner. As well, there is something known as the DME relief, which is a fix for the DME suppliers. Over the past, the DME has been reduced due to, frankly, unfair treatment by CMS, and we need to restart a blended program via the competitive bidding program. This flawed reimbursement rate has caused a 21% reduction in the Medicare payment, and it's known as the DME Post Relief Act, and I strongly encourage that to be included in reconciliation. Another area that the committee must also examine to ensure patient access to health care services is the need to fix the physician fee schedule, which I think you're very well aware of, whereby from anesthesiologists, particularly in rural areas, receive far less in reimbursement than it costs them to perform the service. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and all those members of the committee, we certainly appreciate your consideration. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative William Timmons, the gentleman from South Carolina. In addition to his service to Congress on the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Timmons also serves as a JAG officer and captain for the South Carolina Air National Guard. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Smith and members of the Ways and Means Committee, thank you for holding this hearing and allowing us to testify before you today. I'm grateful for this opportunity because I am excited to work with President Trump and his administration to quickly deliver economic relief to the American people by extending his successful tax reforms as soon as possible to get our country and our economy back on track. American workers and families are counting on us, and it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. While many of us have unique ideas and our priorities of what should be included in the reconciliation bill, today I would like to focus on something I believe should be included as an offset. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to help you find ways to pay for a reconciliation. I would like to bring to this committee's attention my bill to crack down on pandemic-era fraud, H.R. 324, the PPP Shell Company Discovery Act. It represents a decisive step in cracking down on the unprecedented fraud that plagued the Paycheck Protection Program during the pandemic. PPP was a lifeline during one of the darkest periods in recent history. It was designed to save jobs, support struggling businesses, and ensure hardworking Americans could weather the storm. But while millions of small businesses used this program to stay afloat, some unscrupulous individuals saw it as an opportunity to steal from the American people. With estimates of PPP loan fraud reaching as high as $100 billion, I'm going to say it again, $100 billion, it is evident that action must be taken to ensure accountability. The PPP Shell Company Discovery Act does just that. This bill creates a simple yet effective report to identify potential fraudulent activity by targeting two critical discrepancies: recipients who had no tax withholdings in 2019 and those who received loans far exceeding their actual payroll expenses. These red flags provide a clear roadmap for the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute those who defrauded this vital program. To be clear, all I am asking is to instruct the IRS and the SBA to run a report to give the Department of Justice and the FBI a roadmap to holding these criminals accountable and recover as much of the stolen money as possible. All this would do is give the FBI probable cause to get a warrant to proceed with their investigation. But if either one of these metrics is accurate and the discrepancy is substantial, it's very clear that this is all that the FBI would need to hold them accountable. This legislation is about cutting through the existing bureaucratic hurdles that are holding us back from bringing these criminals to justice. The tools to identify fraud already exist. What we need to do is act and get the federal government to share information. The scale of this fraud is staggering. It represents one of the largest thefts in American history. For every dollar stolen, a legitimate small business was left hanging. For every fraudulent loan approved, an honest employer struggled to make payroll. This isn't just theft from the federal government, it is theft from hardworking Americans. My bill will allow us to not only bring these fraudsters to justice, but also reclaim tens of billions of dollars that rightfully belong to the American people and then allow us to use it in reconciliation as an offset. President Trump was given a mandate from the American people, and our Republican majority must keep our promises to deliver much-needed economic relief, cut government waste, and restore the rule of law. Again, I would like to thank Chairman Smith and the members of this committee for having me today. I look forward to working with you to deliver timely economic relief to the American people this year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timmons. I now recognize Representative Miller Meeks, the gentlewoman from Iowa. Not only is she a doctor and a leader in public health, but she's a strong voice for family farmers in Iowa. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you so much, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify before this committee today. Like you all, I am very excited to get to work on the President Trump's agenda and the American First agenda. Thank you for the opportunity to share my tax priorities for the 119th Congress. As the representative for Iowa's 1st District and a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the chairwoman of the Conservative Climate Caucus, I represent America's heartland where agriculture and energy production come together to strengthen our nation's energy independence while maintaining some of the lowest electricity prices in the country. This success story shows the vital role that American energy production plays in supporting our economy, strengthening our national security, and providing good jobs to working families. However, our energy sector faces significant challenges that demand bold action. Rising global energy demand, geopolitical instability, and the need for greater resilience in our energy systems all underscore the urgency of developing a comprehensive American energy strategy. We must act now to secure our energy future, lower cost for consumers, increase accessibility, and maintain our nation's competitive advantage. That's why I'm here today, to advocate for an any-of-the-above energy approach that leverages American innovation and unlocks the full potential of our diverse energy resources. By responsibly developing our oil and gas reserves, supporting the growth of renewables, and investing in cutting-edge clean energy technologies, we can enhance Americans' domestic energy production, boost our economy, and strengthen our national security. This approach allows us to enhance the reliability of our energy grid and allows for greater flexibility in meeting the growing energy demands of our economy while reducing the risk associated with relying too heavily on one source. And importantly, it puts America first, not Brazil. While I believe the partisan processes used to pass the Inflation Reduction Act created a deeply flawed bill in many respects, it did include some important energy tax credits that are already driving transformative investments across the U.S. energy sector. Many of these credits have historically enjoyed bipartisan support, and some of those were pre-existing. Many of these credits have historically enjoyed bipartisan support, as I mentioned, and American companies are utilizing them right now to develop critical new energy infrastructure, spur innovation, and create good jobs in communities nationwide, including many in our districts. Prematurely repealing these tax credits would jeopardize the private investments and economic benefits they are delivering. As Republicans, we should take a thoughtful approach and seek to refine and improve the IRA's energy provisions in a way that promote market certainty and continues to incentivize a comprehensive energy strategy. As a surgeon, I would say use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. As part of the strategy, I want to highlight 5 tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act that are already driving transformative investments in American energy. The Clean Fuel Production Credit, 45Z. This credit is critical for agricultural states like Iowa. It is accelerating the deployment of low-carbon transportation fuels, including sustainable aviation fuel produced from Iowa-grown feedstocks, not from Brazilian feedstocks. In 2021, Iowa was the top producer of ethanol in the United States, generating over 4.4 billion gallons. By creating new markets for our farmers and biofuel producers, 45Z can help Iowa build on this leadership while significantly reducing transportation emissions. Maintaining this market is especially important for producers and farmers who have already made important investments, planting decisions, and sacrifices as corn has dropped to around $4 a bushel. The Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit, 45X. This credit is powering a resurgence of domestic clean energy manufacturing, including in Republican districts. From wind turbine blades to solar panels to battery components, 45X is helping the U.S. build resilient supply chains and reduce dependence on foreign imports from countries like China. The Carbon Oxide Sequestration Credit, 45Q. This credit is driving innovation in carbon capture, a technology that enjoys broad bipartisan support because of its potential to reduce emissions while supporting American energy production. Supplementing the manufacturing boom by storing industrial emissions, keeping America beautiful. Iowa has long been at the forefront of carbon capture deployment with products like the ADM facility in Decatur sequestering over 1 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. Extending 45Q can build on this progress and cement leadership, U.S. leadership in this essential technology. 45Y and 45A clean energy production investment credits. The IRA brought in a new wave of investment by expanding the scope of these long-standing credits. I know that my time is almost over, so let me just say, by maintaining smart incentives, turbocharging innovation, and harnessing the power of markets, we can secure America's energy future while creating lasting jobs and opportunities. Repealing these credits without regard for investments already made would be a setback to clean energy and, importantly, economic growth. And put Brazil first, not America first. I look forward to working with my colleagues to shape an energy agenda that puts America first. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller-Meeks. I now recognize Representative Celeste Malloy, the gentlewoman from Utah. Ms. Malloy is an attorney and serves on the powerful House Appropriations Committee. She previously attended our Ways and Means Committee field hearing in Salt Lake City back in July, so welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm excited to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on critical tax reforms in order to create a prosperous future for all Americans and especially for the Utahns I represent. I urge the committee to repeal the death tax, also known as the estate tax. The death tax is a levy on the transfer of wealth from one generation to the next, and I know there's a perception out there that repealing it would help the most prosperous Americans who don't need this help. But the reality is it penalizes families who've spent their lives building businesses, farms, and legacies that they want to pass on to their children and grandchildren. In Utah, small family-owned businesses and farms are the backbone of our economy. Utah has more than 300,000 small businesses, including about 14,000 family farms. Repealing this tax will allow families to pass on their hard-earned assets without the fear of financial ruin for the next generation, the generation for which they've been working to build up a business. A study performed by USDA's Economic Research Service indicated that 98% of American farms are still family-owned and operated. These families that work tirelessly for decades to build a successful small business, investing their time, energy, and resources into creating jobs, contributing to the local economy, and providing for their loved ones, shouldn't have to face a hefty tax bill they may not be able to afford, especially after losing a loved one. I served on the Small Business Committee in the last Congress, and we need those Main Street businesses to stay strong, and when they stay in families, they stay in towns, and they're the anchors of the economy, especially in rural areas. So thank you for your work. I want to see this tax bill get done in a way that makes Americans freer, more prosperous, and more likely to start a family business and pass it down. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank everyone for their testimonies. You are all dismissed from the panel. And so will the clerk please add panel 6?
Okay, we're now ready to welcome our sixth panel of the day. Thank you for taking time away from your busy schedules to testify to our committee. You each have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. Representative Nellie Powell of New Jersey, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Nellie Poe, and I am the new Congresswoman representing the 9th District of the great state of New Jersey. It is my pleasure to offer testimony to the House Ways and Means Committee as you set your agenda for the 119th Congress. The consideration of comprehensive changes to our federal tax code this year is a momentous occasion for this committee and for our nation. It is an opportunity to enshrine positive reforms that benefit regular Americans, their families, and our small businesses. As our neighbors have been hurt by inflation and high prices these last few years, tax relief is essential for tens of millions of squeezed Americans. My state of New Jersey is no exception to these negative pressures. Like all Americans, Garden State residents have struggled mightily. But our struggle has also been compounded by the capping of the state and local tax deduction by the state tax law enacted in 2017. Any financial relief for our state begins with undoing this mistake. I'm here today to urge you to remove the cap on the state and local tax deduction. The simplest action this committee could take would be taking no action at all, allowing the 2017 cap to expire as was written into the law. New Jerseyans pay some of the highest property taxes in the entire country. For many years, the state and local tax deduction helped us shoulder this burden. The state and local tax deduction provided a vital conduit for our families by putting money into the pockets of regular Americans. There are many misconceptions or outright falsehoods circulating about the state and local tax deduction. Let me be clear. The state and local tax deduction benefits regular Americans in New Jersey and states across the nation. I am speaking about middle-class families who are trying to make ends meet, including teachers seeking to meet mortgages, police officers making tuition payments, and firefighters looking to pay for their families' vacations. These are not multimillionaires. They are just hardworking Americans. At the same time, the former state and local tax deduction has helped our cities and towns shoulder their own burdens. It has helped our local government pay for essential services upon which our communities rely every single day. The limiting of our state and local tax deduction has, in turn, hampered the ability of our municipal governments to function at their best. Even though I am new to the U.S. Congress, I understand the role of this committee in developing our tax laws. For almost 20 years, my predecessor, Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr., was a member of this panel. Many of you know Bill well, or knew Bill. While he sat on your dais, he argued passionately and vehemently against the SALT cap for its restoration. For him, its restoration may have been his biggest priority. Like Congressman Pascrell, I believe the capping of the state and local tax deduction has been deeply unfair to New Jerseyans. I share his passion on this subject. The Garden State residents are known for their directness, and I am no exception. Any comprehensive federal tax law legislation must undo the state and local tax deduction cap to earn my support. I look forward to working with the committee on this issue and on all other ways to help hardworking families from New Jersey, like expanding the child tax credit, reducing health care costs, and strengthening Social Security. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. We'll now recognize Representative Burgess Owens from Utah. Mr. Owens is no stranger to the Ways and Means Committee, having joined us for our field hearing in Salt Lake City and our Member Day hearing last Congress. And he is now the second NFL Super Bowl champion to have testified before the committee.
Thank
Mr. Owens.
you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to advocate for legislation shared between this committee and the Committee on Education and Workforce, on which I serve as Vice Chair. Here shortly, I will be introducing the Educational Choice for Children Act, ECCA, along with my friend Adrian Smith, a senior member of this committee and tireless advocate for school choice. The ECCA passed through this committee last September. I first introduced this in the 117th Congress with my late colleague and our beloved friend, Jackie Walorski. Jackie was a joyful champion of policies to ensure every child, every parent, had resources and education they needed to succeed. This bill is a fitting tribute to her legacy. By offering parents and students more educational options, we create more and better options that empower generations to make their American dream a reality. This was true for me growing up in the segregated South, and it can be for so many children today trapped in a cycle of forgotten dreams and lost hope. Our bill is based on a wildly popular and incredibly successful state program. Like the Children First Educational Fund in my home state of Utah, these programs are designed to address many concerns of direct government funding for scholarships. Because the ECCA provides a refundable tax credit to support scholarships, it diverts no existing funding away from public schools. Any fear-mongering saying otherwise is just that, fear-mongering effort to keep choice and money out of the hands of parents. The ECCA can be compared to other existing tax programs, such as low-income housing tax credits and the New Market Tax Credit, which benefits from robust bipartisan support. The ECCA tax credits and scholarships are administered through an independent scholarship granting organization, SGOs. These SGOs both allocate non-refundable credits to donors and select those families who will receive scholarships, guaranteeing that students in all parts of the country, not just cities and suburbs, can participate. The choice model has already proven to be both sustainable and successful for recipients of children's scholarship funds across the country. In Philadelphia, 98% of 8th graders graduated from high school on time, and 70% of enrollments in some of these, some form of post-secondary education within 1 year of graduating from high school. In New York, 97% graduated from high school on time in 2024, compared to the most recent average in New York's public school graduation rates of 83.7. In Baltimore, 97% graduation rate with 84% enrollment into college. Compare this to a 2017 California Department of Education study in which 75% in the most anti-choice state in our union could not pass standard reading and writing tests. An educational system that normalizes the failure to read and write is unconscionable and should not be linked with the word education. Ignorant and free can never be harkens to the vision and foresight of our founders who considered education in pursuit of knowledge as fundamental to free and open society. Our Constitution enshrines the right for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness as a vision of our Heavenly Father that puts value on every child and every life, regardless of race, creed, color, or zip code. Unfortunately, many children across this country, particularly black and brown children, lack basic reading and writing skills, are discouraged from fostering pride in our country, and are taught to embrace victimhood as a virtue while perceiving hard work and merit as vices. This combination of challenges make the pursuit of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness unattainable. Adrian Smith and I are fighting today for the heart and soul of our nation. This committee cannot accept the intellectual and educational failure of our own children as normal. This legislation assures a win-win-win-win. A win for the parent to see their children reach their potential, a win for educational community to allow competition and meritocracy, a win for American citizen donors seeking to reduce their tax burden, and a win to allow the investment of our most precious product, our children, to become happy, productive citizens in our country and in our communities. I look forward to continuing working with my colleagues here today to again pass this bill to the Ways and Means Committee. The ECCA is a transformative, innovative, empowering for parents and liberating for their children. all based on the agreement that every parent should have the opportunity to choose the best educational pathway for their own child. I urge this committee to expeditiously consider and pass the Educational Choice of Children Act. Our children desperately need it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Now recognize Representative Dina Titus, the gentlewoman from Nevada. Ms. Titus has been a staunch advocate for the people of Las Vegas. Ms. Titus, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. I would like to start by addressing several outdated provisions in the tax code that directly impact the gaming industry. Now, I do represent Las Vegas and Southern Nevada, where we've long been known for gaming, but this is something that's very widespread now and affects many different districts and many of you in different ways. For example, sports betting is now legal and operational in 38 states and Washington, D.C. The legal gaming industry supports 1.8 million jobs and $52.7 billion in direct tax revenue. Many of these jobs are located in my district, but as I said, they're across the country. Despite gaming's widespread acceptance, though, and economic importance to many of our communities, the federal government still imposes an outdated excise tax on legal sports wagers. The 0.025% sports betting handles tax, as it's called, and the accompanying $50 per person head tax for sportsbook employees really serves no purpose and only empowers the illegal market by enabling it to offer better odds than the legitimate ones. You know, I once asked the IRS, where does this money go? What do you use it for? And they couldn't even answer me. They couldn't even find it. It just went in some pile somewhere, I guess. Additionally, a second outdated tax on gaming is that the IRS requires casinos to furnish tax forms for any jackpot over $1,200 from a slot machine. Now, this $1,200 threshold has not been updated since 1977. That means that the IRS is just flooded with hundreds of thousands of these tax forms for customers who hit minimal jackpots and don't owe any taxes at the end of the day. Furthermore, the patrons have to wait a long time for the tax forms to come, get filled out, they shut down the machines, closes off the floor. This slows down the industry as well as the customer. Updating this threshold to $5,000 and indexing it to inflation is what the IRS's own advisory committee has endorsed. And if we do that, it would be beneficial, as I said, to operators, customers, and the government. So I strongly urge this committee to look at those two outdated provisions of the tax code. I'm the co-chair of the Gaming Caucus. We'll be coming with this legislation. It has bipartisan support, and I hope that you'll consider it this Congress. Next, I want to turn to another business that has outdated tax treatment, and that's the cannabis industry. I seem to be advocating for all the vices here this morning. I apologize for that. Like gaming, cannabis has now spread to many states, and it's a legitimate source of jobs and tax revenue. It's legal for medical purposes in 39 states and regional uses in 24 states. Despite this, the outdated scheduling of cannabis as a Schedule I drug means that those who work in the legitimate industry in those states where it's legal have to jump through hoops to operate just like any other small business does. Under the purview of this committee is Section 280E of the tax code that prohibits businesses that traffic in Schedule I and II drugs from deducting ordinary business expenses. Section 280E drastically increases prices for consumers and harms businesses that are legitimate in these states, thereby sending people to the illegitimate market where prices are lower. Again, as co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus, I hope I can work with this committee to see that we can't begin to treat cannabis businesses like any other small businesses that operate in so many of our districts. Third, and you've been hearing a lot about this lately, I want to touch on taxation of tipped income. I'm supportive of exempting tips from taxation only if it's coupled with an increase in the minimum wage, elimination of the tipped sub-minimum wage, and protections to prevent abuse. We have to ensure that the tax code uplifts everyone, but does so in a fair way. Finally, an issue that's very important in my district is Social Security. I have a lot of seniors in my district, as many of you do, and Social Security is unquestionably one of the most successful programs we've had in our history. Over 144,000 people who live in my 1st congressional district receive $250 million a month from Social Security benefits. The program is 89 years old. It's been working well. I hope that the committee will build on the Social Security Fairness Act that was passed by the last Congress and continue to look for ways to strengthen Social Security and perhaps broaden it so that it stays solvent and stays there as that lifesaver that so many of our constituents need. So those are our priorities, things that I look forward to working with you all on, and thank you for your attention.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Titus. Now recognize Representative Derek Van Orden, the gentleman from Wisconsin. Mr. Van Orden is a Navy SEAL who served multiple tours overseas and continues his service as an outspoken champion for southwestern Wisconsin in Congress. Mr. Van Orden, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak in this rather fancy room. I'll give it to you. I'm on the Agriculture Committee, VA Committee, and also on Armed Services, and it's wonderful to be here. And I'd like to thank all the distinguished members for having me here today. As we're discussing the upcoming reconciliation package of the expiration of various tax provisions at the end of the fiscal year, I'm here today to emphasize 3 key points that must be included in this package. First is the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and the extension of President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, or the TCJA. I have been supporting myself financially since I was 16 years old. I joined the Navy at 18. In those intervening years, I worked in the hospitality industry in restaurants. And as a young man, a teenager, having to pay this tax bill on my tips that would come in every day was very disconcerting, and it made life very, very difficult. Our service workers and people that are depending on these tips oftentimes are not recognized, and they need to be so recognized, and we have to understand the dignity of labor and getting them to stay in these critical fields. So I very, very strongly support the no tax on tips. Our seniors built this nation. They're responsible for the building that we're sitting in, they're responsible for the freedoms that we enjoy, and they must be respected as so. To have our seniors being concerned that their Social Security benefits are being taxed and making it more difficult for them to live is simply unacceptable. So I stand very strongly in support, and I was very happy to co-sponsor the Senior Citizens Tax Elimination Act last Congress, and I'll be doing so again this Congress, and hopefully we will get this into the reconciliation package so that our seniors can live a little bit easier in this tough economy. And finally, we need to extend the historic tax cuts that were put in place by President Trump in 2017. These tax cuts were responsible for the incredibly strong economy we saw under President Trump's first term. Provisions such as the reduction in individual income taxes and the expansion of the standard deduction have provided significant relief to Wisconsin families. Letting them expire would be a huge hit to the working class Wisconsinites that I represent in my district. Moreover, measures like the 1099-A deduction have played an essential role in enabling small and medium-sized businesses to achieve greater tax equity or equality with larger corporations, and by eliminating this deduction, it would jeopardize over 2.5 million jobs. I realize there's been a lot of conversations about the cost of these extensions, but I urge my colleagues here to be cautious by following the CBO's advice. The Congressional Budget Office has consistently proven to be inaccurate in their estimates, so I want to make sure that everybody understands that let's go into this with our eyes wide open and really look at the CBO's estimates and take them for what they are, which is nearly useless. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the policies I've outlined today, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and the extension of President Trump's TCJA are essential to safeguarding the financial security of families in Wisconsin and across this country. These measures will support hardworking Americans, alleviate the burden of inflation, and continue the economic momentum that we're starting to build under President Trump's second term. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Orden, again, thank you for your service. We now recognize Representative Riley Moore, the gentleman from West Virginia. Mr. Moore is a former member of the West Virginia House of Delegates, and he served as West Virginia's 25th state treasurer prior to being elected to Congress. Mr. Moore, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hosting this Member Day hearing. I think the American people spoke loudly and clearly on November 5th. They sent President Trump back to the White House with a resounding victory and a clear mandate to put America first and to make us a secure and prosperous nation once again. The American people also entrusted us with majorities in both houses of Congress to help President Trump achieve this historic mandate. A key pillar of President Trump's mandate is to make America an energy superpower. That means prioritizing our reliable baseload energy sources such as coal, oil, and natural gas. As I like to say, we need to prioritize an all the below the ground strategy to make us energy dominant again. However, for too long, this town has crushed our reliable baseload energy sources with devastating regulations and harmful policies that put ideology over energy security. Policies like Obama's Clean Power Plan, better known as the War on Coal, which cost West Virginia thousands of coal jobs, and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was a Trojan horse for the radical Green New Deal, have gotten us further and further away from energy security. We should be a net exporter. Instead, President Biden had to beg Saudi Arabia not to raise oil prices, and our coal-fired power plants are being shuttered at record rates. This must change if we truly want to make America great again. We need to reprioritize our baseload energy sources as we look to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, Green New Deal's tax credits in reconciliation. We should simultaneously consider harnessing our tax code to offer incentives for increasing reliable energy production. One way to do that is offering a tax credit to defray operations and maintenance costs for energy producers that meet certain production benchmarks. In 2018, Larry Bucshon of Indiana, along with the entire West Virginia delegation, introduced the Electricity Reliability and Fuel Security Act, which offered coal-fired power plants a temporary tax credit to recover up to 30% of the plant's operations and maintenance expenses. While I fully support the original proposal focused on coal, I believe we can expand the idea to ensure we aren't picking winners and losers and helping bring about a total energy renaissance in this country. We should consider broadening this tax credit proposal to make all forms of energy eligible for this 30% O&M tax credit if that producer can maintain a certain required X amount of megawatts produced. We can consult with experts to help us determine the right amount of megawatts that must be produced to receive this tax credit, but I believe this proposal will both reward dependable baseload production while also incentivizing other forms of energy to innovate and become more reliable. And I would note that currently in the Inflation Reduction Act, this 30% tax credit does exist on operations and maintenance for green energy products currently right now, while coal and natural gas receive 0 tax credits for operations and maintenance. So I thank the chairman for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm glad to work with the committee on this proposal, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. We now recognize Representative Amelia Sykes from Ohio. A gentlewoman comes from a family of leaders in her state, and we are glad to have her here serving in Congress with us. Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ranking Member Neal for holding this hearing today and offering members an opportunity to speak on tax priorities that are so important to our districts. I appreciate the both of you for your leadership in this committee, and I look forward to working with you to improve our nation's tax code for the people of Ohio's 13th Congressional District and for Americans around the country in this 119th Congress. Before speaking on priorities for the upcoming Congress, I want to highlight a policy from the 118th that is driving the conversation in my home district. It's the Social Security Fairness Act. The Social Security Fairness Act eliminates the windfall elimination provision in the government pension offset from the Social Security Act, which previously prevented public service employees from receiving their full Social Security benefits if they also received other forms of retirement benefits, such as a pension. There is no good reason why teachers, firefighters, and other public service employees who have earned their retirement benefits should not receive them. Again, they earned these benefits, and they should not have been penalized for working hard. Ohio is especially going to benefit from this piece of legislation, with the Congressional Research Commission indicating over 230,000 Ohioans will be eligible for increased benefits because of this law. The Social Security Fairness Act is not just important because it provides relief to thousands of my constituents who were frustrated and are frustrated they couldn't receive their full benefits. It also demonstrates what Congress is capable of when we work together in a bipartisan fashion. Mr. Chairman and member of the committee, there is not a single place I have gone in the last few weeks back at home where someone has not stopped me to thank me for the work that Congress did to ensure that the Social Security Fairness Act was passed and signed into law. Whether it was a retired firefighter or a widowed teacher who could not get the full benefits, survivor benefits from her late husband, there are people all across Ohio's 13th Congressional District and this country who have much more greater economic opportunities because of this bill. We should keep this example of bipartisanship in mind as we prepare for the upcoming tax debate. With so many provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expiring, we have a great opportunity to lower costs for the American people and give families a better chance at the American dream. For example, Congress could expand the earned income tax credit by doubling the credit percentage for families with children and reinstate the expansion of the child tax credit, which cut poverty nearly in half when it was fully implemented. Putting more money in people's pockets of the individuals who work hard but struggle to make ends meet should be a top priority for all of us. Both of these policies are included in my first bill of the 119th Congress, the Lower Your Taxes Act, which if implemented would expand the middle class by reducing costs and expanding opportunity for everyday working families. Further, this legislation incentivizes work and self-sufficiency, a goal that I know everyone in this room and on this committee has. This bill would also reverse some of the unpopular policies of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by shifting the tax burden from low and middle class Americans back to the corporations who are currently not paying their fair share. There is no reason why line cooks, firefighters, and teachers are taking more of the tax burden on than rich corporate billionaire corporations. We instead know that the best way to deliver for American families and workers is to invest in American families and workers and not greedy corporations. This year's tax debate gives us a chance to do right by the American public and ensure that they can make ends meet in the face of rising costs and put more money in their pockets, which, by the way, Mr. Chair, is their money. I hope this committee takes these issues into consideration as we look to improve the lives of America's hardest workers, including those in my community, in my district, the birthplace of champions, Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Del Strong, the gentleman from Alabama. With a heart for service, Mr. Strong has spent his entire career as a dedicated first responder. He now serves the community as a member of Congress and on the Appropriations Homeland Security. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to stand up for businesses and workers in North Alabama. I'm proud to speak on behalf of American jobs, American competitiveness, and our future as the world's leader in innovation. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a game changer for our nation. It unleashed the full potential of our economy, strengthened America's businesses, and helped create high-paying jobs in communities across our country. To keep the United States competitive on the global stage, create new jobs, and grow our economy, we must restore these these crucial tax provisions, starting with the immediate expensing of research and development. Throughout North Alabama, businesses depend on the ability to immediately deduct R&D expenses so they can reinvest in their products, their employees, and their communities. This is truly an investment in America. Immediately expensing isn't just a tax provision, it's a job creator, a growth accelerator, and a fundamental tool that keeps American businesses at the cutting edge of the global economy. Unfortunately, nations like China continue to pour more and more into R&D and technology. The U.S. has fallen behind. We are one of only 2 developed countries that do not allow businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment. It means fewer jobs for American workers, less investment in American innovation, and a weakening of our global competitiveness. It is not just business that benefits from President Donald Trump's tax cuts. Working families do too. The personal income tax cut provided working families with more take-home pay, which they use to reinvest in their communities and local economies. America's economic success depends on tax code that rewards innovation, supports job creation, and prioritizes American workers over foreign competitors. America first. If we seriously talk about keeping America competitive, we want to ensure that we're the economic leader of the world stage. We cannot afford to let these provisions expire. Our time is now. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the Congresswoman from American Samoa, Miss Radewagen. This is not her first time with the Ways and Means Committee. We had the great opportunity to travel together to Southeast Asia to discuss the issues of China's aggression over there. It's great to have you back with us on the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal, for allowing me to submit testimony on my bill, H.R. 399, to permanently extend the American Samoa Economic Development Tax Credit. American Samoa relies upon the operation of a tuna cannery to provide economic vitality to the island. This cannery has become the largest private sector employer on the island, providing 2,450 jobs, or approximately 25% of the island's employment. Despite the economic challenges, the operation of this cannery is crucial for the economic sustainability of American Samoa, as it, along with its associated fishing operations, contributes to 1/3 of the island's gross domestic product. Other related industries on the island, such as fueling, shipping, and stevedoring, depend on the ongoing activities of the cannery to support their own operations. This economic activity has allowed American Samoan citizens to retain meaningful employment along with a reliable income and valuable fringe benefits. My bill, H.R. 399, would permanently extend the American Samoa Economic Development Credit, or ASEDC, which expired on January 1, 2022, after repeated renewals. The ASEDC was designed to encourage investment in the U.S. insular areas and create jobs by reducing the federal taxes on income earned by qualifying U.S. businesses. The credit has helped to alleviate significant competitive disadvantages facing businesses in the territory, helping companies, including the cannery, continue operations on U.S. soil, while competitors increasingly move business overseas to take advantage of cheap labor and foreign subsidies. The ASEDC was routinely extended as part of an annual package of tax extenders since its creation in 1996 until it expired on January 1, 2022. The credit was typically extended for 1 to 3 years at a time and had been renewed and made retroactive 9 times since 1996. Since the credit's expiration, companies in American Samoa have had to consider either significantly reducing their operations or exploring the possibility of relocating to more viable economic environments. The American Samoan government estimates that such relocations could cause a financial crisis from which the island economy may never recover. The credit represents an offset of approximately a quarter of the cannery's annual labor costs. For comparison, relocation of the cannery to outside the U.S. would cut costs by nearly 3/4. Competing canneries in Asia pay their workers the equivalent of less than $2 an hour under harsh and unsafe conditions. To be frank, StarKist has expressed a strong desire to remain in American Samoa under the U.S. flag, where U.S. workers' rights are better protected, but the fact remains that they require government support to remain competitive. A 2023 GAO report noted that reductions in the tuna canning industry would likely also affect support industries such as transportation and warehousing, retail and wholesale, and construction in American Samoa. The tax credit also represents an opportunity for further development of the American Samoa economy. While we're primarily a fishing town, the credit could be used to attract other industries and revenue streams for the island. Thank you again, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and the rest of the Ways and Means Committee for the opportunity to speak today. Given the low cost of the credit compared to its immense economic benefit to American Samoa, I strongly encourage my colleagues to pass H.R. 399 to permanently extend the ASEDC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Jen Kiggins, the gentlewoman from Virginia. Ms. Kiggins is a United States Naval veteran helicopter pilot and is a proud Navy wife and mom. She is also a former member of the Virginia State Senate. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. As we begin a new era of conservative leadership, it's important for Republicans to use our voices in energy and climate conversations so we can find common sense, conservative solutions that will address our nation's energy security needs. One way to do that is by protecting the existing clean energy tax credits. As Republicans, we support an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. While the Inflation Reduction Act contained countless harmful provisions that led to our conference wholly opposing its package, some of the energy tax credits included in the bill have led to a significant increase in domestic manufacturing and energy production across the country, including in my district. That's why I joined 17 of my Republican colleagues this past August in sending a letter to Speaker Johnson in support of protecting the IRA's clean energy tax credits. They have spurred innovation, driven billions of dollars in investment, and created good jobs in many parts of the country, including in my district and many districts represented by members of our Republican conference. In Virginia alone, over $445 million in IRA-supported private investments have been announced, supporting over 250 jobs. That's not to mention a new report showing that the combination of federal programs, clean energy tax credits, and clean energy investment will add $37 billion to the Commonwealth's economy by 2035. It's important to note that the IRA's clean energy tax credits have been traditionally bipartisan, with many being in existence in some form or fashion since the George W. Bush administration, and others gaining bipartisan support when they were introduced as individual legislative proposals. I've seen the benefits of clean energy firsthand, again in my district, through investments in offshore wind, which has not only brought significant economic gains and job growth, but is benefiting our United States Navy bases. Upgrading and improving our military bases continues to be a top priority of mine as a Navy veteran, and offshore wind has allowed us to harness the power of America's renewable energy to support the countless military installations along the Atlantic coast. As someone who represents one of the most military-heavy districts in the country, I know that energy security is national security. The public-private partnership with the wind turbine industry in my district will allow upgrades to a very outdated power grid at our Navy's East Coast Master Jet Base, Naval Air Station Oceana. While we continue working to unleash American energy, we cannot turn a blind eye to the benefits these clean energy tax credits provide and how they are actively helping our armed forces, small businesses, and American families. The bottom line is that in order to increase American energy dominance and bolster our domestic energy security, we need to protect as much production and innovation as possible. These clean energy tax credits have helped to accomplish that goal. At a time when energy demands continue to skyrocket, the repeal of these credits would have a significant negative impact on the United States' ability to counter growing threats from the Chinese Communist Party's activity in the energy sector. We need to be pragmatic in our approach to unleashing American energy independence. We must put America first by prioritizing domestic energy production and protecting our existing clean energy tax credits. I hope I can count on your support to do just that. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Representative G.T. Thompson, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, as the chairman of the Great Agriculture Committee. He understands firsthand of how tax policy impacts our farmers and our families. It's great to have you back to Member Day.
Chairman, thank you so much. Thanks for this opportunity. Ranking Member Neal, members of the House Committee on Ways and Means, good afternoon, and thank you for providing the opportunity to share my priorities for the 119th Congress within the committee's jurisdiction. And I believe the policies described will enhance the quality of life, not just for my constituents, but for all Americans. I was proud to recently introduce H.R. 464, the Skills Investment Act. It's a bipartisan legislation designed to expand tax advantage savings opportunities for Americans pursuing new job skills and better career prospects. This legislation would change existing Coverdell Education Savings Accounts, ESAs, to create lifelong learning accounts by raising the age-based contribution limit to 70 and expanding the scope of allowable distributions to cover a broader array of in-demand education and skills training forums. These expanded uses include for programs offered by career and technical education institutions, adult education, and literacy programming, and other federally recognized workforce development initiatives. Additionally, employers would receive a 25% tax credit for contributions to a worker's account to ensure the skills and training provided meet labor market demands. As employers face tight labor markets and skills gap throughout the workforce, this legislation directly addresses those needs by expanding access to skills-based educational opportunities for learners of all ages. It is my hope that these needed reforms will be included in the upcoming reconciliation package. I would also like to address several tax issues that significantly impact rural and agricultural communities. As chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, I'm acutely aware of substantial challenges facing farmers across the nation. As this committee turns its attention to tax reform, I urge you to prioritize several key provisions in the code that are important to maintaining and protecting ongoing farming operations and ultimately food security, which is national security. First and foremost, it is essential that tax reform protect a number of provisions that were made permanent in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, including Section 197, expensing, the indefinite carry forward of deductions, and the 21% corporate tax rate. These permanent tools are critical to farmers' abilities to plan and to manage their operations each year. Similarly, there are provisions slated to expire that I strongly encourage the committee to either extend or make permanent. These include the corporate pass-through rates and the expanded tax brackets, the Section 199A deduction, and the bonus appreciation provision. Together, these provisions help preserve farm profitability and ensure stability for agricultural businesses. In addition to preserving the essential aspects of TCJA, Congress has an opportunity to provide new tools to support farmers and ranchers during these times of economic dislocation in farm country. Many of these proposals are further detailed in my written testimony, but they include the creation of farmer savings accounts to allow producers to better manage their cash across the agricultural business cycle, incentivizing the consumption of domestically sourced agriculture products, and finally, scrapping the death tax once and for all. As many of you know, the death tax places an incredible burden on anyone trying to plan for an orderly transition of a family business. At a time when older farmers and ranchers are passing their operations, the return of this tax and the elimination of stepped-up bases threaten the transition with devastating tax bills. Beyond the policies that directly affect farmers, the committee should also consider the broader impact of tax policies on the agricultural producers and rural economy. It is essential that discussions surrounding these tax credits prioritize the productivity of farmland. Incentives that encourage the conversion of large areas of productive farmland to non-agriculture uses could have long-term negative consequences for food production and food security. Similar tax credits related to farming methods should be guided by clear, practical policies that support the real-world benefits of today's agriculture practices. For example, the Biden-Harris administration's recent 45Z tax credit guidance reflects a lack of understanding of the emissions-reducing benefits inherent in American agriculture. It is my hope that any forthcoming tax package would implement policies that genuinely empower farmers and align with the realities of modern farming. I have additional priorities within the committee's jurisdiction that I've submitted for the record, including legislation that could yield significant savings for Medicare by cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse with respect to orthotics and prosthetics. Thank you again, Chairman Smith and members of this committee, for allowing me to express my priorities with this committee for the 119th Congress. I appreciate your consideration and look forward to working together on these and other issues.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I now recognize Representative Hillary Skolton, the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Skolton serves on the Transportation and Infrastructure and Small Business Committees and represents the great people of Michigan's 3rd Congressional District.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Ranking Member, for holding this hearing, and all the wonderful members of this committee. I'm thrilled to be here today to talk about a bill I introduced just last week, H.R. 536, the Agricultural Environmental Stewardship Act of 2025. This bill is a common sense approach to unlocking our domestic energy production as it seeks to extend Section 48 investment tax credit for qualified biogas properties. The Section 48 ITC has been around long before the Inflation Reduction Act, first enacted in 1962. However, the Treasury Department was significantly delayed in rolling out its latest Section 48 guidance, announcing its final rulemaking just 27 days before Section 48 ITC expired on December 31st, 2024. This has left biogas developers in the dark as they sought to make major investments in America's clean energy future. My bipartisan bill, co-led by Mr. Valadao, will provide biogas developers the time and certainty to catalyze America's clean energy alternative production from landfills, wastewater treatment plants, and agricultural operations. This biogas then can be converted to renewable natural gas, or RNG, and then used as vehicle fuel or to generate electricity. We all know the pain our constituents are feeling at the pump or while paying their utility bills right now. Bolstering our biogas production will help our communities cut costs and stretch their dollars. This tax credit will also promote energy investments and job growth in local communities across America, including in districts represented by my colleagues here on this dais. I've seen the benefits firsthand in my community as West Michigan is home to many farms utilizing anaerobic digesters as well as water resource recovery facilities generating biogas. When it comes to energy, I strongly support an all-of-the-above approach. Leaving the environmental concerns with traditional energy aside, these are limited resources. When they run out, they're gone. As a mom of 2 young kids, I can't help but think about the next generation's energy needs. As we look to lower energy prices now, we also need to create the fuels of tomorrow today. So we're ready. This bill will help us do just that. It's a win-win-win situation. In addition to helping producers create alternative energy sources and creating jobs, ramping up our biogas production, in addition to other energy forms, will reduce the U.S.'s dependence on foreign fuels, protecting our national security. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the committee to get this extension across the finish line. My bill will save consumers money, expand domestic energy production, create new jobs, slash greenhouse gas emissions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request 2 letters of support for my bill from the request that these bills be introduced from the American Biogas Council and the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. Request they be entered into the record now.
Without objection.
Thank you for your time today. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Representative Jeff Van Drew, the great gentleman from the state of New Jersey. Mr. Van Drew has served his community as a dentist, and now he serves them as a great member of Congress. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was easier being a dentist, by the way, you know? Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for hosting this Member Day and allowing me to speak on this incredibly important subject. Let me be clear. President Trump is counting on us. He's counting on us to deliver the certainty and economic relief that comes from extending his historic tax cuts. This must be done. It fueled one of the strongest comebacks in the American economy in history. By locking in these tax policies now, we can give working families, small businesses, and manufacturers the confidence to invest, to grow, and to sponsor. This bill must also go beyond the basics and address the challenges everyday Americans face. First, tax relief for working families must remain front and center. It is so important. It is critical. Let's expand the child tax credit and ensure families that they can keep more of what they actually earn. They're breaking their back making a living, some of them working 2 jobs, some families working 3 and 4 jobs. Working parents should not have to choose between paying their bills and investing in their child's futures. And the child tax credit should continue to be a tool for helping Americans. But let me even be more clear. The child tax credit should not go towards the families of illegal aliens. It should not. That's why I introduced legislation to cut this provision from the child tax credit, and I hope to see similar action taken in the very bill that we're discussing today. I would like to be part of that. We can no longer offer incentives that drive people to come to our borders illegally. We can no longer afford to keep paying the billions of dollars it costs to take care of them. In addition, the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit also plays a crucial role in helping parents afford the high cost of child care so that they can work and fuel the economy. This is not the only provision of the tax code specifically designed to assist working parents, but it is the main one. And it is important. Expanding the CTC could provide families with much needed relief, offset the cost of going to work, and ensure that parents can continue to provide for their families. Next, it's past time that we get our border under control. We all know this. I hope that we're all together in this at the end of the day. It's a big deal. We need robust funding in this bill to secure our borders, to hire more border agents, and enforce our immigration laws. It isn't just about safety. It's about protecting American workers, and it's about the integrity of our immigration system. We must also unleash American energy. We've been blessed with the resources to do this. American energy is the answer. It will increase revenues. It will place us once again in a dominant role on the world scene. It is critical. We should export energy. We should lead. We should supply all of our own energy. Others should need to come to us, not as in the past administration where we had to go begging to them. Maintaining the 45U tax credit for existing nuclear plants is essential to preserving and strengthening this clean, reliable energy source. Nuclear energy is one of the main answers to energy in our country. It already supplies nearly 20%. In my home state of New Jersey, almost 40%. This mechanism ensures nuclear facilities can confidently plan significant investments, such as the $1 billion planned in my district, the Salem Nuclear Power Plant. It's important, and they're looking for reliability. They're looking for consistency. They don't want to know that they want to start a project, put a lot of money into it, and then the rug is pulled out from underneath them. Additionally, we need to strike a balance when addressing the SALT deduction cap. And this is what I mean by that. We cannot have a deduction of $100,000 or $200,000. I come from a blue state. It could be run better. I understand why other members have concerns about SALT. But we do help states in various ways, whether it's subsidizing corn, whether it's in agriculture in general, and I support that. I support the needs and desires of my colleagues. I also know that this is important to my state and many other states. And it isn't as if we don't do it, we're not punishing the people who are responsible for bad policies. We're punishing good taxpayers and good Americans. So we have to find that balance. We have to find the sweet spot where we help the majority of middle-class taxpayers, but we don't overburden our budget. I get it. I understand it. I understand the concern with it. So we can't. You'll never hear me advocate, and I've said this directly to President Trump last weekend. I spoke to him today, same issue. We cannot overburden the budget and our reconciliation bill. At the same time, we need to do something. We need to have some sort of a SALT adjustment. As Congress, we routinely subsidize programs, and I mentioned that before, all across the country. We need to do something here too. We need to cut waste, foreign programs that are wasteful, and I'll be done in a minute. We need to cut funding for certain international organizations that continue to undermine the United States of America. We're funding the UN, and the UN half the time is cutting our throat. We're funding the World Health Organization, cutting our throat. We need to cut subsidies for the Green New Deal. We need to cut the bureaucratic waste in our federal agencies. We need to cut federal grants to partisan research projects. There's a lot we can cut. We have to use a scalpel, not a hatchet, and that's from a dentist. We need to use that scalpel appropriately and make sure that we're not cutting things that help good, hard-working, average American people, but that we're cutting the waste and, quite frankly, the stupidity. I appreciate this committee. Chairman, I appreciate you. You all have an unbelievably hard task and hard work. And by the way, I'm done now. I'll say this one last thing. We need one big, beautiful bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Van Drew. I now recognize Representative Zach Nunn, the gentleman from Iowa. Mr. Nunn is a sixth-generation Iowan and an advocate for working families and farmers. He testified at our Member Day hearing last Congress, but also participated in our field hearing at the Iowa State Fair. It's great to have you back.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you very much and to the Ways and Means Committee who took the time to come to Iowa and hear directly from folks who are impacted by the decisions you're about to make. We have a critical opportunity this year to extend and improve the tax cuts. The legislation that we pass will play a major role in making the economy work again for families. I know this because in Iowa, we led the largest tax cuts in state history, and our economy grew. And Mr. Chairman, I know you're going to do the same for our country. So I'd like to begin with number one, the child tax credit. By doubling the child tax credit in 2017, nearly 400,000 Iowa families saw major relief. And now, this is money that they're directly taking back to our communities. I spoke recently with Sarah, a farm mother, and has 3 kiddos at home. And I asked her what she did with her tax returns. And despite the surprise to some liberals, she didn't buy an Italian-made Ferrari with her tax credit. She put her kids through speech therapy and bought a water boiler so her family could be warm this winter. That's a direct investment in a community. These child tax credits help not only grow families and support, but they grow at a local, a hometown level. Issue number 2, adoption. Mr. Chair, as you know, my wife and I recently got to adopt 2 incredible little girls, Jaina and Aaliyah. They've been a great part of our family, but the reality is so many here who have adopted, it's an expensive endeavor. And it can be challenging to bring kids into a safe and loving home. That's why I'm fighting to help more low and middle income families adopt children by taking advantage of the adoption tax credit, making it permanent and fully refundable to help offset those initial costs so that more families have the opportunity to bring children into their forever home. 3, the infant tax credit. As we all know, just years ago, millions of parents with babies were struggling to find the formula they needed to just feed their kids. We must prevent another baby formula shortage or be dependent on a place like China to provide it. My bipartisan Infant Tax Credit Act would create tax credits so that small baby formula manufacturers, including my home state of Iowa, would be able to help diversify our supply chain and ensure that infant formula options for families across the country are available and ready in our time of need. 4, our small businesses. In my home state of Iowa, small businesses are more than 270,000 in total and make up 99% of our state's economy. They are the lifeblood of our hometowns. If we allow the tax deduction to expire by inaction, 92% of Iowa's Main Street businesses will be hit with a new 44% tax increase. That means closed doors, shuttered communities, and the hollowing out of middle America. In simple terms, family farms will die. That is why it's so important that we move forward and recognize the role our small businesses play. 5, biofuels. Not only is this important for America's energy independence,
It unleashes the great parts of your districts and mine. I'm thrilled that by extending 45Z, 45B, and 40A, as well as other biofuel tax credits that people have built an industry upon, we have the opportunity to truly lead for not only our country, but help families at the pump and in their supply chain costs to drive it down for generations to come. And 6, the death tax. Finally, more than half of U.S. farmlands in our country today are on the brink of a generational hand changeover. The family farm for all of us is on the line, and it's forced families to determine whether they can keep their farm in the family or whether they have to sell to places like Big Ag or worse, to China. Here's a real-life example. A farmer friend of mine from Cass County recently inherited his entire family farm, and while many might think that's a great thing, at the same time, without the death tax exemption, he would have been forced to pay millions. As a result, to preserve our family farms, to make sure that we can feed our country, and to provide both food security and national security, I'm working with my Iowa colleague, Mr. Feenstra, on the committee today to make sure that we permanently repeal the death tax. Mr. Chairman, to the men and women of the Ways and Means Committee, you have a huge duty before you. We are honored to stand with you, but know this, the American people are watching, and they are depending on you to help lead the charge with our support to unleash America's greatness and make sure that Iowans and the country keep a little bit more money in their pocket, because I guarantee you this, they will do more to grow our economy than anything we can do here in Washington. With that, Mr. Chairman, let's get to work. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. I'm now pleased to recognize Representative Stephanie Bice, the gentlewoman from Oklahoma. Ms. Bice is a former member of the Oklahoma State Senate, where she was the Senate chairman of the Finance Committee, but more importantly, a fearless leader in the House of Representatives. Welcome to the Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of committee for allowing me the opportunity to be here this afternoon and share with you some of the priorities that I hope you will consider as we look to move good policy this 119th Congress. Let me first start by saying that many of us here focus on families. We want to make sure that we're doing right by families. So the legislation that I want to offer up today really focuses on that. First, number one is the Child Act. Since the creation of dependent care FSAs in 1986, the contribution limit has remained $5,000. With the ever-increasing cost of child care and cumulative inflation measuring roughly 188% over the 39-year period since these accounts were created, relief is needed for American families. My legislation, the Child Act, co-led by Representative Sanchez in a bipartisan way, proposes doubling the contribution limit to $10,000 and indexing it for inflation annually. In 2021, the average cost of childcare was 10% of a couple's income. These employer-sponsored accounts can be used for after-school programs, childcare, extended care, day camp, sick child care, and other expenses. And I think it's incredibly important that we look at increasing this cap. Second, Paid Family and Medical Leave Tax Credit Extension and Enhancement Act, 45S. My friend and former Ways and Means member, Randy Feenstra, has introduced legislation to extend and reform the 45S tax credit. The provision, which was in TCJA and expires at the end of this year, has helped many employers expand their paid family leave benefits for their workers. Rep. Feenstra's bill not only makes the credit more flexible, but it also increases employer awareness and makes the tax credit permanent. As a mother of 2 daughters, I was thankful my employer offered me paid family leave. We need to incentivize employers to offer paid family leave, not mandate it. I want to thank Mr. Feenstra for leading this initiative, and I hope to see this tax credit permanently extended. And lastly, Paid Family Leave Working Group. I would like to share with you all that for the last year and a half or so, I've co-chaired a House bipartisan Paid Family Leave Working Group. And at the end of this last year, our working group released 2 discussion drafts. The first is legislation I authored to create a modest federal incentive for states to offer their own paid leave programs through the use of a public-private partnership. This would include states who partner with insurance companies to offer cost-effective benefits and would tie in well with the reforms proposed by Mr. Feenstra's 45S legislation. The second concept would establish an interstate paid leave action network, or I-PLAN, which would enable a private, nonprofit intermediary to assist with the coordination and harmonization of paid leave benefits across state lines. While working on paid family leave, stakeholders continuously told my office that they had to deal with a patchwork of state regulations and requirements. Rep. Houlihan's forthcoming legislation will help streamline this and help them navigate the benefits programs. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to ask unanimous consent to submit the following articles for the record. One, the end of the tax breaks could be very disruptive to business owners. 2, intangible drilling cost. 3, NCBA continues to push for death tax relief. And finally, how the loss of immediate expensing reduces innovation inputs.
Without objection.
Thank you. These articles support the reauthorization of 199A, intangible drilling cost, the R&D tax credit, and the repeal of the estate death tax. And these provisions are discussed in almost every meeting I have with constituents. The repeal of the death tax and extension of the other credits will allow Main Street America to continue to grow and employ more Americans. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss tax issues that are important to my constituents in Oklahoma's 5th Congressional District. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Spice. I now recognize Representative Jim McGovern, the gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Govern currently serves as the ranking member of the Rules Committee. Great to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to see my colleague Gwen Moore here as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on a few of my priorities before the House Committee on Ways and Means. As this committee knows, ending hunger and improving access to nutritious food has been the cause of my career. And last Congress, this committee favorably reported the bipartisan, bicameral, medically tailored home-delivered meals demonstration act, which I authored with our colleagues, Representative Maliotokis, Representative Evans of Pennsylvania, and Representative Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, and Representative Pingree of Maine. It was an important step toward prioritizing this innovative solution to patient care that will save lives and save money. Our bipartisan bill would establish a Medicare pilot program to deliver medically tailored meals, nutritious meals designed by registered dietitian nutritionists, tailored to the specific medical needs of a person living with a diet-affected disease, like diabetes or congestive heart failure. Numerous studies have demonstrated the tremendous cost savings associated with medically tailored meals. They are proven interventions that reduce emergency room visits, as well as inpatient hospital and skilled nursing facility admissions. Recent research has demonstrated that if all eligible patients received access to medically tailored meals, almost $1.5 million hospitalizations could be avoided and over $13 billion saved in just the first year of service. Because of the hard work that has gone into this bill, there is now more bipartisan support on the Hill than ever for incorporating medically tailored meals into our health programs. A similar bipartisan effort is going on in the Senate with Senators Booker, Marshall, and Cassidy, it is very almost identical to our bill. We have the opportunity to move this bill first in the House. I'm grateful for the support of Health Subcommittee Chairman Vern Buchanan for his support for this effort and for his continued partnership on advancing the goals of food as medicine. And I request that the committee mark up and send to the House floor for a vote the bipartisan, bicameral, medically tailored home-delivered meals demonstration act. It's a concrete and incredibly important step that this committee can take to promote healthy living and lower health care costs. Additionally, I plan to reintroduce the Medical Nutrition Equity Act in the 119th Congress. This bill expands coverage under Medicare, Medicaid, and other specified federal health care programs and private health insurance to include food, vitamins, and individual amino acids that are medically necessary for the management of certain digestive and metabolic disorders and conditions. In the 118th Congress, I proudly co-led this effort with Congressman John Rutherford of Florida. Our bicameral bill garnered bipartisan support in the last Congress, but medically necessary nutrition for management of Crohn's disease is routinely denied by insurance companies, while more costly treatments that put people at risk of medical complications are approved. Doesn't make any sense. All states have mandated testing for inherited metabolic disorders, so as a result, approximately 2,000 infants every year are diagnosed with one. And yet, treatment of these disorders is uncovered and unavailable for far too many. So for many of the covered disorders, this legislation simply establishes treatment parity. In December of 2016, Congress passed improved coverage for medical nutrition for military families enrolled in TRICARE as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. Our bill expands coverage to include parents covered under Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, Medicare, the Federal Employee Health Benefit Program, and private insurance. It is narrowly written to focus on individuals for whom medically necessary nutrition is the treatment for their disease. I respectfully urge that you include the Medical Nutrition Equity Act in a hearing so that Congress may pass this important legislation in the 119th Congress. Again, I thank you all for your patience and for all that you do. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I now recognize Representative Buddy Carter, the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Carter is a pharmacist by trade, and he's a proud member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. He previously testified before our committee at the last member day, so welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to testify today to the second best committee in Congress, the Ways and Means Committee.
Your time has expired.
I bring greetings from the Mr. Chairman, H.R. 262, the Disaster Reforestation Act. Seriously, Hurricane Helene has devastated the state of Georgia and our timberland, the #1 forestry state in the country. We have more commercial timberland available, and we harvest more timber than any other state. This is a serious, serious problem. As you all know, timber takes time. It might take anywhere from 25 to 30 years, and even if you're trying to grow different trees for telephone poles, it may take 40 years. It is a long-term investment. And when you invest in this, after 7 years, you don't have anything. You are wide open to just nature. And we have a natural catastrophe like we had with Hurricane Helene. These people lose everything. They don't have any way. This is a crop. Timber is a crop. Unlike other crops that have insurance, there is no insurance for timber. That's why this bill is so vitally important. Think about the massive fires that we've had in LA. Think about the devastation that our timberland has had with Hurricane Helene. Our tax codes make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for private forest landowners to recover after such a devastating event. And also thank goodness we've gotten disaster relief in the CR, and I thank all of you for voting for that and for making sure that that was available. That's going to be very important. But if we don't get that timber that has been knocked down by Hurricane Helene, if we don't get it cleaned up, that's going to be just kindling, ready to start massive fires, and we can't have that. What does the Disaster Reforestation Act do? It will amend the tax code to allow forest owners to deduct the full market value of their timber prior to the loss caused by the federally declared natural disaster. This is a win-win-win situation. Why is that? Because, further, this bill requires those landowners to reforest their land within 5 years, ensuring that the forest land is not converted to other uses and preserving the environmental and economic benefits. We all know about the economic benefits. Let's talk about the environmental benefits. 8% of all the pollution in the state of Georgia is absorbed through these carbon sinks that is timberland. That is extremely important to our air. We have a saying in South Georgia, when you breathe fresh air, get down on your knees and thank the farmer who planted the trees. And it's true. It cleans our air. It cleans our water. So that's why this is so very important. I also want to talk about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I know that you're extending this, and I'm all with you. I'm chair of the Health Subcommittee, and most of the cuts are going to come from us. We're doing everything we can. But I want to ask you on the IRA just to please, instead of taking a sledgehammer to it, please take a scalpel to it. There are a variety of credits in that partisan IRA, and it was partisan, but they were modified by the law. Many of them either existed prior to the law or already had bipartisan support and were thrown into that partisan package. So all I'm asking you to do is to look at it carefully. If they have achieved what we hope to achieve, and that is bring manufacturing back to America, and solidify our supply chains, then perhaps we need to look at keeping those tax credits there. So I'm just simply appealing to you on that. My last ask is about H.R. 25, the fair tax. And thank you for having a hearing on it last session. You were very kind to do that. Again, the fair tax is just what it says. It's a fair tax. It's a consumption tax, a 23% consumption tax. And yeah, that sounds like it's a high number, and it is a high number, but at the same time, you're already paying that. You're already paying that when you buy a product anyway. So this would just simply eliminate the IRS. And we could do that, Mr. Chairman. I assure you, the fair tax's time has come. The president has said, no tax on tips. We want to do that. We want to make sure that we eliminate as much as we can. We've got unelected bureaucrats who are armed, who are imposing, who have more control over your paycheck than you do. The fair tax changes that. And again, thank you for having the hearing last session. I hope that this session we can move forward with it. I thank you for the work that this important committee does. You do extremely important work, and I thank you for that, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Before we go to Mr. Downing, I'll say that votes have been called. After Mr. Downing, we'll recess until after votes are done and finish the hearing. Mr. Downing, pleased to recognize you. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and members of the committee. I come before you today on behalf of all Montanans to stress the importance of ensuring that Trump tax cuts do not expire. Many of these provisions, marginal tax rates, higher standard deduction, the 20% deduction for pass-through businesses are a lifeline for hardworking Montanans. Now, allowing the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to expire would result in a massive tax hike for my constituents. The average taxpayer in Montana's 2nd Congressional District would see a staggering 26% tax increase. Now, one provision of the Trump tax cuts that is particularly consequential to Montanans is the estate tax, appropriately called the death tax. Now, the TCJA more than doubled the estate tax exemption, increasing from $5 million to $11.5 million per person. Estates that fall outside of the exemption can face up to a 40% tax on the market value of the estate when transferring to an heir at the time of death. Now, if the Trump tax cuts expire, nearly 15,000 Montana family farms would see their death tax exemption slashed in half starting next year. Now, how's this fair? Farmers and ranchers across the country already face constant uncertainty from weather and market fluctuations. Montana is a heavy producer of cattle and wheat, which accounts for 3/4 of our agricultural cash receipts. Montana is also the largest producer of lentils in the United States. Now, American farmers and ranchers put the food on our tables and the clothes on our backs. Unfortunately, many people that want to gut the death tax exemption simply see high asset values on farms and think they need to be drowned in taxes, but nothing could be further from the truth. Now, most of these farms, especially in Montana, are what we call land rich and cash poor, meaning many of these families do not have the cash to pay these exorbitant taxes. Now, what does this mean? This means that when a family is suffering from the loss of a loved one, they are then forced to sell equipment or the entire business just to be able to write a check to the IRS. The death tax is especially pernicious in Montana, where development pressures, thanks to conservative leadership and bringing jobs and growth, have increased land values. Now, let me be clear. The death tax is a punitive tax on families who are already grieving loss. By no means are these ultra-rich people avoiding paying their fair share. They're simply working to make sure we have food to eat, often with little appreciation. Now, tax burdens on family farms, may force the next generation of farmers and ranchers to sell farmland to pay their taxes. This takes production agricultural land out of production, reducing our ability to feed ourselves. Now, this is a national security issue. Throughout the history of humanity, you want to bring a country down, the easiest way is to make it so it can't feed itself. So I strongly believe the death tax should be eliminated in its entirety. It only seems to cause hardworking, grieving families to suffer even more. Now, at a bare minimum, I implore the members of this committee to make sure that farms and ranches in Montana, or the 2 million across the United States, do not see a massive tax hike come 2026. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Downing. We'll now recess until after the vote on the House floor ends. The meeting will come back to order. We'll start with Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several years ago, I was taking a young man hunting, and he was a combat disabled veteran. He stepped on a pressure plate. He had a Purple Heart, and he was totally and permanently wounded and lost both legs. And as we were traveling to where we were going to hunt, he told me that he worked at O'Reilly's Auto Parts, but that he had to be very careful about how much he made, because if he made more than, and at the time it was about $1,000, maybe $1,100 a month, then he lost 100% of his Social Security benefits. And so if he worked 1 hour too long, his family ended up with less money at the end of the month than if he didn't work at all. And so, Mr. Chairman, I wrote a piece of legislation. I appreciate you sharing time with me to discuss it. It's named the Purple Heart Freedom to Work. I firmly believe that the number one thing we can do for our veterans is to get them back in the workforce. And basically what the bill does, and right now, and the number's higher than it was when I originally wrote the bill, but combat disabled veterans who are earning an income in excess of $1,550 per month lose 100% of their Social Security disability insurance for being actively engaged in the workforce. This is a very low limit. It discourages them from going back to work, and I think one of the best things we can do for their mental health is to get them back to work. I've had bipartisan support on this legislation in the past. The challenge with it, as you know, Mr. Chairman, is because it is Social Security, it is mandatory spending. I want this committee to know I recognize that when we're dealing with mandatory spending, we need to make sure that we limit the cost. And so it is drafted very narrowly so that you have to have received a Purple Heart, so it is combat injuries only, and you have to be total and permanently disabled. So it only applies to that small segment of people. If we can make it work for them, then hopefully we can make it work for other people as well. That is the primary reason that I'm here. I appreciate you and Ms. Moore and your work on these issues, and would be happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
No question. Can I mention one other thing, Mr.
Please.
Smith? Prior to becoming a member of Congress, I spent 20 years as an insurance broker. As you know, the federal estate tax exemption right now is just short of $14 million. If something is not done at the end of the year, it goes down to $7 million. I just hope as the committee pushes forward that we can get some permanency in the number for families that are trying to plan. It is difficult to create a financial plan for the family and the transfer of the businesses when the estate tax threshold shifts from $14 million to $7 million. I know some people want to get rid of it altogether. I wish we could do that. I'm not naive to the numbers. I don't think we get there, but I would just ask that we get some permanency in that law. Thank you both for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Scott. I now recognize Representative Pete Stauber, the gentleman from Minnesota. Mr. Stauber is a former professional hockey player and a retired police officer. He participated in our Ways and Means Committee field hearing in Kimball, Minnesota. It's great to have you back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you and the members of the committee holding this Member Day hearing. I know it is a priority of this Congress, and especially this committee, to build on the successes of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today regarding the importance of ensuring we extend these provisions that have expired and are set to expire. We know the positive impact of provisions from this legislation, like lowering the corporate rate, had on our economy and investment, and we know what will happen to our economy if Congress fails to act. According to a recent study by the National Association of Manufacturers, failed to extend the TCJA could cost them more than 1.1 million manufacturing jobs. Our constituents sent us to Congress to put President Trump back in the White House because they wanted us to enact common sense policies that are good for economy. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the work and the outreach you are doing and stand ready to work with you and this committee to get this bill to President Trump's desk. There are two other areas that I would like to briefly highlight and that I would ask the committee to consider as they draft the legislation. First, I have authored legislation that would create parity for volunteer drivers. Mr. Chairman, as you know, volunteers are key to ensuring our seniors get the health care and other critical services they need, especially in rural America. Currently, the IRS reimbursement rate for these drivers is 14 cents a mile, even though the business rate of reimbursement is 5 times that in 2025. And I believe there should be parity between the two, and I hope the committee can look into this issue. You see, those of us in rural Minnesota, if we don't have the volunteer drivers, these seniors can't get to their dental, their health appointments, can't get to church. The volunteer drivers, Mr. Chair, are not doing it for money. All we're asking is get the IRS reimbursable tax rate via the mileage to be equal. We're losing volunteer drivers in rural America, and it's not fair to our seniors. Sometimes the seniors, that's all they have is their independence at home, and that volunteer driver, that consistent volunteer driver who will drive them every day to wherever they want. It's a volunteer driver they know and they trust, and I think our seniors benefit from that. We cannot lose any more volunteer drivers in rural America because we don't have the transportation method to do it. Again, Mr. Chair, they're not there to make money, they're there to do anything for their communities, and I would really implore you to look at that and make that parity, please. And also, Mr. Chair, this committee has focused on the families and especially children. One issue that is near and dear to my heart is adoption. This committee has looked at legislation to assist families with the adoption process. I know firsthand the difficult and cumbersome process, so I appreciate those efforts. We must do what we can to help families trying to provide homes for kids who do not have them. Legislation has been introduced that would expand the adoption tax credit in certain instances, and I believe this should be a priority as we look to improve our tax code. Those of us who chose to adopt and bring these children into the families should be able to have the tax credit. You know, Mr. Chair, we are a pro-life community. We are a pro-life conference. This is the extension of that. Families that want to adopt should not be prohibited because of cost. And I have talked to hundreds of families after my wife and I adopted on their interest in adopting, but they can't afford it. And this, the tax credit for adoptions would make great strides in allowing these children to be brought into these loving homes. And so, Mr. Chair, I appreciate your work and especially reaching out and holding these meetings. I think that from my perspective, your leadership is second to none, and you're listening, and I ask you to consider my 2 points that I brought up, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stauber, just a quick question. The adoption credit that you're referring to, are you wanting to make that refundable so that would help more families?
Yes.
Okay.
Make it refundable. You see, there's between $30,000, $35,000 to adopt. There are great families that can't afford that, and any help, Mr. Chair, would be beneficial to the pro-life and the family cause.
Thank
I
you.
yield.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Representative Tony Weed, the gentleman from Wisconsin. Mr. Weed is a businessman and is serving in his first term in Congress and has a full plate with appointments to the Small Business Committee, Agriculture, Transportation, and Infrastructure. So welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity here at the Ways and Means Committee, and that is extended to me, to non-committee members, to speak to the priorities of my constituents in Wisconsin's 8th District. Northeast Wisconsin is home to over 500,000 taxpayers and a wide variety of small businesses who have faced economic uncertainty from an overreaching and overtaxing federal government. From manufacturing and shipping to agriculture and food processing, Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District boasts a very diverse set of industries and small businesses. In fact, our district is the largest dairy-producing district east of the Mississippi. So for nearly 30 years, I owned and operated a small business called Dino Stop. Our convenience stores, gas stations, car washes, and Little Caesars Pizza franchises employed hundreds of Wisconsinites over the years. I know from firsthand experience how difficult it is to operate and grow a successful small business in a very competitive industry, especially while dealing with burdensome government regulation and unpredictable tax policies. Dino Stop regularly had high revenues due to fuel sales, but low profit margins, owing to stiff market competition and high operating costs. The Section 199A tax deduction created and signed into law as part of the 2017 Trump tax cuts greatly benefits our small businesses, farmers, and manufacturers. Nearly 3/4 of people claiming the 199A deduction in 2022 had an adjusted gross income below $200,000. Simply put, this tax cut is for Main Street, not Wall Street. The deduction is also designed to ensure small businesses are investing in employee wages and benefits, a vital part of recruiting and retaining a talented workforce. I think we can all agree that putting more money in the pockets of working families is a top priority for this Congress and the Trump administration. Section 199A ensures agriculture cooperatives are taxed on an equal playing field with larger corporations. The Trump tax cuts of 17 reduced the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, while also including Section 199A to reduce the tax burden on sole proprietorships, partnerships, S corporations, and LLCs. This tax cut allows dairy producers in Northeast Wisconsin to offset tax liabilities and invest their deductions in their facilities and operations. Finally, as I travel across Northeast Wisconsin, I also hear the need for tax certainty and the importance of extending the Trump tax cuts. The average taxpayer in our district will see a 23% tax hike if they expire. It's my hope that we can work together toward a permanent and consistent tax policy that benefits every hardworking taxpayer in my district. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support making the 199A tax deduction permanent to provide much-needed relief to small businesses, working families, and farmers in my district and across this country. Should Congress fail to renew 199A, 52,230 small businesses in Wisconsin's 8th District would be hit with an unconscionable 43.4% tax rate. Any limitation or reduction in 199A would unfairly target and hurt middle-class taxpayers and the small businesses who are the lifeblood of the economy. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today, and I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, Representative Weed. Welcome
Good afternoon.
to the Ways and Means Committee. Wonder if you had any comment about the dyed fuel problem in your district where there's double taxation of the fuels that are being transported to your district due to a broken pipeline?
Correct. So we had the pipeline that used to run from Milwaukee up to Green Bay, and when it broke down, right now we're hauling that via transport. And that is an issue right now that folks in the industry are getting double taxed on the dyed fuel. And that is something that I'm very passionate about and would like to propose legislation, and I think you have, and to help out with that issue.
Well, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is very happy that you're passionate about this. And so with that, I will yield back. Thank you for your
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you.
The committee will stand in recess for just a few moments. The committee will come back to order. I now recognize Representative Rick Crawford, the gentleman from Arkansas. Mr. Crawford is an Army veteran and serves as chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. And today is his birthday. So happy birthday. And so welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for receiving my testimony today. I have two proposals that I'll present back to back here in the interest of time. First, it's no secret that student loans are out of control in this country, and I know for a fact this pervasive issue affects constituents in every one of our districts. However, I can't support large giveaway proposals that unload the full burden of student loan debt from current minority of U.S. adults who attended college to do the majority who did not. That is simply not fair. Instead, I strongly support a fiscally responsible middle ground where we provide Americans struggling under the weight of massive student loan debt better tools to pay back the loans they chose to take out. That's where my proposal for a 401 EDU plan comes in. For many people, especially recent graduates, their wisest financial option is to attack their student loan debt and its punishing interest before focusing on longer-term financial decisions like retirement. A 401 EDU, and forgive my ignorance, but I'm just using EDU as an example of what you might call this type of account, is modeled after a 401k, allows them to do that. For a time, instead of investing in an employee retirement plan, those funds would go straight toward paying down student loan principal. A 401 EDU also retains its pre-tax deduction status, but since the payments are dispersed immediately, there is not a future tax burden on withdrawn funds, as there would be for a 401k. And since nearly all displaced retirement withdrawals would fall outside the 10-year budget window, there would not be a large CBO score. Contribution limits for employee retirement would also apply to 401 EDU plans. People leaving college with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt often postpone their American dream and feel restricted from pursuing positive life choices such as marriage, starting a family, or buying a home. I understand the responsibility on the borrower for the choices they made, but a 401 EDU does not seek to absolve them of that responsibility. Instead, it offers people a choice to make a temporary financial sacrifice using their own money and work benefits to pay off their debt burden. Providing this option will help millions of Americans shed the weight of their student loans without asking other Americans to bankroll that relief in full. Like a mortgage, there are substantial benefits for people who can make accelerated payments and pay off their loan in 15 years versus 30. They gain peace of mind, financial freedom of losing monthly payment, and the extra savings from years of unrealized interest payments. Ultimately, a 401 EDU plan will provide another path for employees to take control of their financial future and businesses to attract talent by taking care of their workforce. Now for my second proposal. As you know, Mr. Chairman, we live in adjacent districts, and our districts are very much alike. Farming is a big part of it. It's a risky business, and we don't need to look any further than just this past year. Wildfires in the west, hurricanes in the east. A massive downturn in the farm economy left many farmers without much hope for the future. While some government help came eventually, for many it will not be enough, and for others it won't be in time. However, even when the farm economy broadly does well, individual farmers can still suffer losses. A violent hailstorm, for example, in Stuttgart, Arkansas, or a local disease outbreak in Kennett, Missouri, would devastate operations in those local areas while not producing destruction on a large enough scale to attract supplemental federal dollars. In these situations, and many more, producers would benefit from a tax-advantaged disaster account they could draw on in times of need. I call these accounts frame accounts, and my proposal is outlined in my bill, the Farm Risk Abatement and Mitigation Election, or the FRAME Act. Those frame accounts are basically HSAs for farmers, allowing them to exercise greater control over the protection of their own operations. These tax-deferred farm disaster saving accounts would be available to all USDA-recognized farmers, and like Roth IRA or HSA, frame accounts can be administered by any local bank, giving the farmer the ability to manage contribution and investment as he or she sees fit. Contributions, capital gains, and dividends would be tax-deferred, and the farmer would only be able to draw upon his or her account in the instance of a disaster, or they would otherwise incur strict penalties. To encourage initial investment, farmers will be eligible to write off frame account contributions on their tax bill. Contributions will be tax deductible up to $50,000 per year with a $250,000 limit, and farmers will retain 10% of their contributions in the form of tax credit during the first few years of opening the account. Frame accounts give the farming community the ability to have a self-supporting disaster plan, and over time it will reduce reliance on government support programs and fickle supplemental disaster payments. The farmers and bankers I've talked to like the idea of frame accounts and believe it would greatly benefit the farm economy. Once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your latitude, allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to discuss either of my proposals further and have discussion drafts from the past Congresses to give out to anybody that's interested. I can also email anybody the updated versions I'm preparing for this Congress once the Legislative Council gets back with me on that. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford. I now recognize Tim Moore, the representative from North Carolina. Before coming to Congress, he was the longest-serving Republican Speaker of the North Carolina House in state history. And previously, he served in his local community as an attorney, something he and I both share as we graduated from the same law school. Caucus of Two in Washington, D.C. with us. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you and Ranking Member Neal and the members of the committee for allowing me this opportunity to testify before you today. I'm honored to represent North Carolina's 14th Congressional District, an area in western North Carolina that exemplifies the best of what America has to offer. But we also have a long way to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Helene. I represent a lot of hardworking families, small businesses, and resilient communities. These folks embody the American spirit of grit and determination. To be frank, they're tough, but they're stretched thin as we put our resources toward rebuilding western North Carolina. I've promised to deliver real results for these people, and the best way that this committee can help to do that is by addressing the key provisions of the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act that are set to expire, adding regulatory uncertainty to an already difficult economic environment. Making these tax cuts permanent would give working families, small businesses, and communities in North Carolina and across the United States the opportunity to thrive. These policies are proven to promote business expansion, job creation, and economic growth. We cannot afford to allow them to expire. Just look at what the TCJA has done for our manufacturing sector and made it permanent. It's projected to generate $284 billion in new GDP growth. In my district alone, over 45,000 people are employed in the manufacturing sector. Letting these provisions expire would do nothing but jeopardize this progress. Western North Carolina's economy also relies on small businesses. Our state is home to over 964,000 small businesses, which employ nearly half of our workforce. I would submit you probably see similar statistics, frankly, around the country. These business owners have told me that without the certainty of the TCJA's small business deductions, their ability to invest in new equipment, hire workers, and expand operations would be greatly at risk. Making these provisions permanent is not just good policy, it is in fact essential to their survival. Because if these provisions were to expire, North Carolina would lose 5 to 9 million jobs, $540 billion in wages, and $1.1 trillion in economic output. Let's also not forget about our family farmers in the rural parts of my district who have passed down their farms from generation to generation, just as Representative Crawford talked about in his state in Arkansas. The estate tax, better known as the death tax, stands to threaten these multi-generational legacies. When a farmer passes away and their family faces that tax bill, they're often forced to sell the farm just to make ends meet. How is it fair that our government can lay claim to the land, equipment, and assets that families have spent decades building and maintaining just because a loved one has passed away? These farms are businesses, but they're also a way of life, and they're a vital part of feeding, clothing, and fueling our nation. In fact, they are a key part to our national security. Only a nation that can feed itself can be a free nation. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Death Tax Repeal Act to protect family-owned businesses and enable these multi-generational farms to continue long after their loved ones pass. Another issue that deeply affects families as we face rising costs and work to turn our economy around is the child tax credit. This credit's been a lifeline for working families in western North Carolina, providing financial relief for parents who are doing everything they can to give their kids a brighter future. By increasing the credit and indexing it to inflation, we can help families keep up with the rising expenses and give them the resources they need to succeed. It just makes sense so we can empower parents and give them a fair shot at the American dream. As we address the economic challenges facing families, we cannot ignore the importance of affordable and accessible health care. Like so many rural areas, our community also has struggles with families finding providers and affording what they do get to. Hurricane Helene has only exacerbated this crisis with damaged facilities and strained resources, leaving some communities without reliable health care operations. We need policies that incentivize providers to serve rural areas, reduce out-of-pocket costs, and ensure every American, regardless of where they live, can have access to quality care. Again, I want to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to address these issues on behalf of the hardworking people of North Carolina's 14th District. I will tell you, under the leadership of President Trump's first term, we saw what bold, pro-growth policies can achieve: lower taxes, rising wages, and a booming economy. By making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, expanding the child tax credit, supporting our family farms, and addressing health care challenges, we can bring that momentum and restore the American dream. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I now recognize Representative Andrew Garbarino, the gentleman from New York. Mr. Garbarino serves on the Financial Services and the Homeland Security Committee and is truly a dedicated advocate for the people of the 2nd Congressional District in New York.
Thank you. You forgot ethics.
And he serves on the Ethics Committee, and we all love him.
I like that. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Moore. Thank you for having me. The initial purpose of the SALT deduction, when it was first implemented more than a century and a half ago, was to prevent imposing federal taxes on top of state and local taxes already paid. As we all know here, the SALT deduction was capped at $10,000 in 2017, resulting in tax increases for many middle-income class families. Since the cap was implemented, hardworking Americans from states like New York have been suffering from unfair double taxation, all while receiving a fraction of what they contribute to federal funds. In 2017, nearly half of my constituents, regardless of income, itemized their returns compared to only 16.5% in 2021. To break this down further, nearly 61% of individuals making between $50,000 and $100,000, which isn't considered middle class on Long Island, claimed a SALT deduction compared to 18.6% in 2021. These percentages jumped to nearly 91% of those making between $100,000 and $200,000 in 2017, compared with only 27% in 2021. As for the actual state and local taxes paid, the average constituent of mine reported paying just under $33,000 in state and local taxes in 2021. With the cap set to expire this year, I'm committed to ensuring that middle-class families who have suffered under its implementation find the relief they sorely need. And for those who are willing to work with me, I welcome you to join me in finding an equitable solution to this problem. Moving on to another topic, I would also like to emphasize the importance of preserving some of the energy tax credits included in the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRA was a heavily flawed bill that included various provisions our conference rightly opposed. At the same time, the energy tax credits that were included in this bill have proven to be incredibly valuable when it comes to incentivizing domestic investment, creating jobs, and securing American energy independence. Should these credits be repealed, the United States will have invested countless tax dollars into energy development, all for the benefits to never be realized. Further, these credits have been immensely helpful in providing industry certainty, which is paramount when it comes to long-term planning, capital allocation, and attracting domestic investment in the energy sector. For example, in the state of Missouri, these credits stand to provide up to $10.7 billion in direct investment, $18.9 billion in total economic activity, and over 3,000 jobs. In Louisiana, these credits have the potential to provide up to $58.3 billion in direct investment, $103.6 billion in total economic activity, and over 28,000 jobs. Further, Texas could enjoy up to $125.3 billion in direct investment, $259.4 billion in total economic activity, and see an increase over 51,000 jobs. While Florida could see up to $33.6 billion in direct investment, $66 billion in total economic activity, and over 22,000 jobs. We are at a critical time for our nation's energy future, and it is essential that we take a pragmatic approach to our energy tax framework. As has been said by Speaker Johnson himself, the best way to examine our nation's energy tax future is to use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. I look forward to continuing to work with the committee to develop an American-first tax plan that champions fiscal responsibility and supports a forward-looking energy approach that ensures we can keep pace with domestic energy demand, counters efforts by foreign adversaries to gain an impressive foothold in the energy sector, and supports economic growth and innovation. Thank you very much for having me. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Representative Mike Herodopoulos, the gentleman from Florida. Mike is a former teacher and business consultant. He spent 12 years in the Florida legislature. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Moore. It's an honor to be here today, and as a former history professor, I am confident that history can be our best guide. Exactly 62 years ago this Friday, in a message from President John F. Kennedy, He said, "The largest single barrier of full employment of our manpower and resources and to a higher rate of economic growth is the unrealistically heavy drag of federal income taxes on private purchasing power, initiative, and incentive." He was right. History teaches us that President Kennedy's plan spurred the economy with the 1963 tax cuts and Ronald Reagan's cuts in 1981 and 1986, and even more recently in 2017, President Donald Trump and Congress reduced taxes and created unprecedented economic growth that lifted the prosperity of all Americans. Yes, history, especially recent history, teaches us that reducing taxes will be a key tool in order to grow our economy. That is why I'm here today to represent the taxpayers in my district and discuss the importance of extending the 2017 Trump tax cuts. We all recognize that failure is not an option. If we do not extend the Trump tax cuts, the average taxpayer in my district will see a 27% increase in their taxes, and that is intolerable. Families are already struggling in my district with the high interest rates that have spiked from 3 to 7% in the last 4 years, and that means for the average home in my district, they are paying $1,100 more per month in just higher interest mortgage payments. A family of 4 in my district making $77,000, the median average in my district, would pay more than $1,600 in taxes more versus last year. That's the equivalent of about 9 weeks of groceries for a typical family in my district. Sadly, that would not be the end of the pain if we fail to extend the Trump tax cuts. If we allowed the tax cuts to expire, nearly 80,000 families in my district would have their child tax credit cut in half. 90% of the people I represent would have their standard deduction cut in half. Over 58,000 small businesses in my district would be hit with a 43% tax increase when the 199A small business deduction expires. Mr. Chairman, as you can imagine, I won't sit by and watch as this happens to the workers, families, and small business owners in our community, and I have the honor of representing. We must act, and I urge you to act quickly to renew the Trump tax cuts. I pledge to you my support in this and will deliver whatever assistance you need me to provide in order to meet this critical objective. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to working with you and getting these things done for our community, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize Mike Lawler, the gentleman from New York. Mr. Lawler is a tireless advocate for his constituents in the 17th Congressional District, and glad to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your hard work as we work through this tax bill and that of the committee. At a time when middle-class families are increasingly squeezed by a significant cost of living, providing real tax relief is imperative. That's why I recently introduced the SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act, which is designed to correct an inequity that has burdened married couples across New York and the United States since 2017. The current tax code unfairly caps state and local tax deductions at $10,000 for married couples filing jointly, essentially penalizing them for their marital status and depriving them of the full deduction they rightfully deserve. In addition, as has often been argued over the last few years, the $10,000 cap overall places an undue burden on taxpayers, especially in states like New York. In the 119th Congress, the bill I've introduced would increase the cap on SALT deductions to $100,000 for single filers and up to $200,000 for married couples. This is ultimately a question of fairness. Is it fair for folks across the country to be double taxed because of where they live? I do not believe so. And the impacts of the SALT cap aren't just isolated to big blue states either. The impact of the cap is being felt by homeowners across the country. According to data released just this week by Realtor.com, there are many states where the bare minimum home buyer purchasing a median-priced home is right up against or past the cap on SALT. The minimum required annual income for a home buyer in Utah, for instance, is $173,744. The state and local tax burden in Utah, according to the Tax Foundation, clocks in right at 12.1%. That means many families in Utah break well through the SALT cap. How about Arizona? The minimum required annual income for a home buyer there is $140,470. The average state and local tax burden is 9.5%. So a family in Arizona making that amount is already past the SALT cap. In Wisconsin, the minimum income of $107,769 to buy the median-priced home, and their state and local tax burden is 10.9%, another state where home-owning families are past the cap. How about Montana? The bare minimum income for a home buyer there is $178,017, and with an average state and local tax burden of 10.5%, that family is also through the cap on SALT. In North Carolina, their state and local tax burden clocks in at 9.9%, and the minimum income for a median-priced home is $117,573. And go on and on. But the reality is that because of Biden inflation over the last few years, cost has risen dramatically. The average home value in my district, for instance, in Westchester County, has risen from $700,000 to $1.1 million in just 4 years. In Rockland County, where I live, from $400,000 to $700,000 in just 4 years. Rockland and Westchester counties have the highest tax burden in America. They pay the highest property taxes. And so lifting the cap on SALT is not just an issue of fairness. It's an issue of providing real tax relief. And yes, I agree, states like New York need to fix their reckless spending and reduce the tax burden. There's a reason we lead the nation in outmigration. But the people who stay should not be penalized because of that. And so it is critically important that we increase the cap on SALT and really provide an opportunity for folks who own a home, who are paying property taxes, who are paying state income taxes, to be able to afford to live in their state. This ultimately is an issue of fairness. And I appreciate the committee's willingness to work with us as we try to address this issue in particular within the broad tax bill. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 overwhelmingly provided real tax relief to American families and businesses across the country. Revenue is at an all-time high, but I do believe as we move forward, we do need to address the $10,000 cap on SALT, and so I appreciate the chairman and the committee working with us to do just that.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. It's great to have you before the committee. You were the last one. We've had 55 different members of the House that has shared their priorities within the Ways and Means Committee today. I want to thank all my colleagues who participated today for Members' Day hearing. And with that, the committee stands adjourned.